Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Go until you're out of sight and you're out of my mind. Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Floating as the river flows, easy as it goes to the ocean. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never tried. Secrets in your eyes. You go and run all high. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart, heart. Breaks my heart, 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 heart. Breaks my heart, 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 heart. Breaks my heart, heart. Breaks my heart. Lost in the midnight blue, shadows of the moon. Here with open arms for you, feeling something so new. Said with me you'd reach the sun, oh but we were so young. Love me till the summer's done, but keep me in your heart, so I hold on. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, me to the ground now, and somehow I feel like you don't know me. Shook me to the ground now, I don't even know how. Brought me to a life that you never showed me. Coming from a locked up ghost of yourself, but you're coming from the light. There's more to you than you ever thought there was. Yeah, you're coming from the light.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, welcome. My name is Resorty, and to you, one and all, I say, hello, friends. Welcome. How's it going today? Hope you're doing very well wherever in the world you are. It's a nice Monday morning here, back to the work week, back to the teaching, back to some more fun on stream. I've been away for a day or so doing my weekend thing. Hopefully you've not missed me too terribly much, but whatever you've done over the weekend, I hope it's been relaxing, enjoyable, and I don't know, you're feeling pretty good right now. All I ever want is good feeling for everyone. Pepper MG, thank you for the continuing subscription. 80 months. Holy cow. 80, thank you very much indeed. One of these days before too long, we're having 100-month subscriptions. I don't know what point its stack overflows and goes back down to 0, but very, very soon 100 for now. Pepper, thank you for the 80, indeed. Good to see you all today. Hello to HPG, hello to Ellistil, Jim, welcome in. Hello Sakotera, hello Marks, hello Gary, hello Lance, hello every single person out there in viewerland. So, this weekend has been full of good things for me. Got some stories for you all about various things I did this weekend. I think 3 stories. 3 stories might be ready for you. We'll get to those in just a moment, though. As I mentioned, once again, we're back on Victoria 3 today, continuing our Mexico playthrough from last week, a playthrough that has started pretty decently, and I hope will continue in exactly the same way. It's just fun pushing buttons. I love pushing the buttons, and so we'll continue doing that for the next little bit there. It's good to see you today, Red Rover. Hello, CS Prof. Hello, Cyber Oracle. Welcome. Have you all had good weeks? Good weekends, rather? Any fun stories from you folks? Things you've been doing? Ways in which you've been enjoying yourself? Main point of Victoria 3's watch numbers go up. It's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. I don't know if that was true in Victoria 2 as well, but the very first day I started playing Victoria 3, people were coming in channel and saying, line go up. So I'm guessing this is a common joke in the Victoria community over the course of the years Victorias have been played, but I think that is the right way to judge oneself in an economy-based game. Just does the GDP line up, go up? Who cares about any other factor in the game? Other people being happy or no. No, what matters is simply does line go up. So, one thing that happened this weekend, I'll mention, or mentioned last time, but I'll mention again this time. I had dinner with a lovely couple from our university. One of them is a librarian, the other one is not a librarian. He's her husband, and he is a working artist. We went out for Indian dinner together, had a fine Indian dinner, nothing too notable, except for they had a tiki masala that was paneer, so cheese-based kebab with onions and green peppers and this really tasty sauce on top of it. I think commonly tiki masala is served with chicken, and so we rarely get it if ever, and so seeing it with cheese was so darn good. We had that as a nice appetizer. I had the good old standard spinach paneer, a pollock paneer like I do every single time, as all of the other people at our table were struggling through, oh, should I have this? Oh, should I have that? Which one is right for me? I immediately knew it was time for the spinach paneer, because that's what we do every single time. I'm sure there are many other tasty dishes out there, but they will never pass the gate of my lips for fear of not being as good as spinach paneer. But all very good, all very fine. And I think the big exciting news of the night is a job that my colleague's husband, which I think we're becoming friends, who knows, my colleague's husband has gotten a new job, and it is the kind of job that I think approximately 90% of my students would kill for. The kind of job that I think so many people who think about living in Japan want desperately. Now, most people who are native English speakers who move to Japan want a certain kind of job and then end up not having the Japanese competency to do these kinds of jobs. Instead, they end up working at the convenience store, or teaching English, or something that doesn't require a tremendous amount of Japanese. This guy, though, has studied so impossibly much. He's managed to show he has the highest competency of Japanese possible. He's fluent in English as well. And so he's been hired by a company that is contracted by all of the large game studios to do playtesting and translation of all of the major Japanese released video games. Now, apparently he can't tell us which games he's working on, but he was definitely not challenging when we said things about Square Enix, when we said things about the Metal Gears and so on, and apparently he has to work inside of a secure facility. Like, he has to wear some kind of suit that has no pockets. He has to use a fingerprint to get into the vault where he works. He's scanned on the way in and the way out. They're so serious about not having leaks in these kinds of games, of course, either the actual game or the storyline, that he is locked down. But he is so excited. He's had one day so far, which is entirely learning about security protocol. But as I understand it, he's just going to be tasked to some random game. He'll be tasked to Final Fantasy or tasked to some other big Japanese game coming out, including the Nintendo games, I believe. And then over the course of months, right now he starts as a junior person. The junior person's job is to play through the game, noticing any infelicities of speech or other places that should be retranslated. But then eventually he'll work his way up to being the actual translator, the person who'll do the work of going through the game and making the characters speak English. And I don't know much about how that's done, but I'm so excited to hear his stories because, like I said, this is a job that I think when I was a kid, I would want also, just to be able to play video games before anybody else gets to. It's absolutely crazy, crazy, crazy cool. So that was the big news from that dinner. Altogether a good time, though. Definitely we are liking these people. They're intelligent and interesting. They have stories. They have good conversation. They have commitments. When we ask questions of them, they give answers that continue the conversation, and it just felt nice. It was a really good dinner, and Noms liked it quite a bit also, and yeah, I think we're making friends. I think we now have 2 or 3 couples maybe that we feel pretty good about hanging out with in the evenings and bringing over to our home and so on. As I mentioned before, here in Japan, entertaining at home is very uncommon. Friends tend to instead have a meal out together or maybe meet in a public space like a park. But I think we're going to have them over to our home and, build up the roster of entertaining. As a Midwestern couple from the U.S., we're used to bringing people to our home once a week or so, having people over for a meal and just sitting and chatting and so on. And moving here, we've been sad to miss that, so we're starting it again. And that is a pretty cool thing. On the whole, I want to say librarians are pretty cool people. I think every librarian I've met at a university, at least, has been so interesting and so into thinking about information in a way other than just, I am the great keeper of the books. None shall pass me unless they right? I think instead this librarian's interested in finding ways to make ideas more accessible to communities, to bring in people to the library who wouldn't be there otherwise, and it's cool seeing how people think about professions I don't know much about. So that's story number 1. Story number 1, had a nice dinner out. Okay, story number 2. Story number 2 goes this way. As you might be aware, right now the big foreign language bookstore in Japan, in Tokyo especially, is in the process of having a mega sale. They have a mega sale every year round about the 4th of July, and so once again they were doing so. As always, they have, 10 tables maybe set up with many a cardboard box and just scads and scads of books. And they refill the boxes twice a day, once in the morning and once at noon. And there are so many people looking through all these boxes all at once because they are indeed great deals. They're brand new books being sold for between 1,000 and 1,500 yen, which is like, what, $8 and $10 or so, something like that. And it's really cool seeing seeing the way in which you can get books that would normally be 6,000 yen or some other price, 3,500 yen, and for much cheaper. But there's a tremendous variety of books from, like, right next to each other is some Tom Clancy military thriller, right next to a copy of the Aeneid, right? This classics text from ancient Greece, ancient Rome, ancient Greece. Ancient somewhere. So that's Virgil, so it's ancient Rome. So these two, side by side, so you have to do some digging to find exactly the book you want. They have it organized like by fiction or by humanities or social science, some like very large and general idea. And so there were a tremendous number of books there, and I bought fewer than I would like, primarily because this time I didn't do terribly well with the crowds. So previously, the main attraction at these book sales has been foreigners trying to flirt with Japanese women by talking about the books that the women are holding. Last 2 years we had this happen, and it was very creepy, but also kind of funny, but mostly creepy. This time there was no conversation, but instead there was a person of roughly my build, like not quite a copy, but very, very similar. And he was doing this thing where he was walking from table to table and like elbowing himself in and then shoulders out to get more space and sort of pushing aside these smaller folks. And everyone else was following a pretty clear logic. You finish your box, you wait for the person to your left be done, and then you move to the left. And then you have your new box, and the person to your left finishes, and you move to the left, and so on. Anyway, I went down this like absolute shame spiral based on that man is like me, and he is in the way and harming the Japanese sense of order, and so I must be doing the same. I'm taking up too much space here. And so about halfway through the going through all the book sale books, I tapped out. I said, that's enough. Noms continued looking, but I went off and looked at other books in other parts of the store. And that was perhaps for the best, because Noms and I had agreed we would each buy 2 books. We ended up buying 10 books, which you might say there are 3 too many books for each of us, right? We each bought 5. That, however, would be a false understanding, because Noms, spirit of diligence and duty and following the rules, bought 2 books. I bought 8 books, friends. And I love them all very, very much. And so, I mean, that's good. And again, if I'd continued on through the line, I would have found many, many, many more texts I wanted. Yeah, what are rules for if not to be broken? I'm not sure. Like, it's the great deal, right? It's the great deal where I say, this is a book I would not buy brand new. I will not buy this one for top value, but it's here for such an inexpensive price. I do kind of want to read it, so all right. Isn't that what always happens? Yeah. I mean, before I had a stable job, back when I was working as a graduate student, not making a lot of money, back then I'd be very, very good. I'd buy almost all my books used, and I'd occasionally buy like 1 new book. And I'd go to the bookstore and say, okay, 1 new book, find 1. But since I have a stable job now and enough money I can spend a little bit more freely, I need to only bring in a very small amount of money and leave my ATM card and my credit card at home. Because, yeah, I really struggle with resisting the call of books. And I know I should. I know it's important to not overspend, but how do you decide which ones to leave behind? Especially when it's a great value, a great deal. Because then I say to myself, when else will I have a chance to buy this book for such an inexpensive price? When will I have that? The answer is never. And this is the exact same way in which my wife ends up buying scads and scads of apples from the clearance cart at our grocery store, right? We like apples. Apples are all absolutely fine, very, very tasty, but you'll see this bag of apples, they're like 40% off, and it's like 14 or 12 apples. And there's no way we're eating all of those before they go bad. And so for a brief period, it'll be an apple with every meal to try to get through all of them. Noms will go to the store not intending to buy any fruit and then up getting all that fruit. And yeah, now of course she does chop it up and freeze it and so on for use in, freezing pies and so on. Farron says, consign them to the flames. Farron, are you quoting David Hume in my stream? You absolute hero, you. It's good to see you, and so sincerely. But yeah, Nom's a big fan of bargain fruits and vegetables. I wish you would buy more clearance non-perishables. Like, if it's a jar of peanut butter that's on sale, fine. It's shelf-stable-ish. It'll be fine for months, if not years. But the fruit, of course, always dies. Now, if you're a New York Times reader, this relates, I promise, you may have seen a story this past week about designer fruits. Apparently, these are invading the United States. I thought they were a luxury product only of Japan and other places in the East. But yeah, apparently the Times had an article about some $300 pineapple, some $160 cantaloupe, and I don't know. I've never purchased any of these very fancy fruits here. They do exist. They're given as gifts often. Apparently the melon is grown on a vine all by itself. And so the farmer, the gardener, I don't know if they use the word here, the manicurist possibly, will cut off every other bud on the vine to make sure that absolutely all of the nutrients and tastiness and water and whatever else get into this one orb. And I cannot imagine the amount of work it takes. And so it justifies the price in that respect. It is a ton of work and you're not producing a whole bunch of fruits. But still, like, that thing's gonna rot, right? Or that thing's gonna go inside of you. You'll have a nice moment and then not so much anymore. Now, I have spent a decent amount of money on special meals, going out for a dinner, but a single piece of fruit, less sure. It is a luxury good, that is true. In the same way that I think last week there was an article, Atlantic maybe, somewhere like that, on I think Versace handbags, and they'd established that some Versace handbag that sells for over $1,000 is ultimately made for like $56. That's a tremendous difference between the price of goods and labor and the price of sale. And I just don't get luxury goods, possibly because of how I grew up, possibly because of like certain political commitments, I don't know. But when we go to the very, very fancy part of town, I never quite understand what's happening there. The kind of place like the Rolex store. Yesterday we walked past the Rolex store, a watch store. And this store inside was, I don't know, a showroom. And so a decent collection of space. But there was a gate guard that was letting in only 2 sets of people at a time. And there was a long line of people trying to get into the Rolex store. And they were just waiting to try to get their turn to go into the showroom. And I think adding, 3 or 4 more groups would not have made it feel congested at all. Like, there are obviously stores that'll let everyone go in. They don't want that. But I don't know. I'm just not part of the luxury goods part of society, and so I'll perhaps never understand it, unfortunately. You have had Wagyu steak. It was pretty remarkable. Yeah, I think I saw a Anthony Bourdain, our Man in Japan kind of show, in which he went to one of these luxury farms for strawberries. The strawberries are grown in a very similar one-at-a-time kind of way, and I think cost, $100 per strawberry or something. Some very high amount of money that felt absurd for a single strawberry. And he first talked to the farm about this is absurd, right? There's no way in which any piece of fruit could ever be that good, especially if you're using it as an ingredient for some other dish. And the segment ended with Bourdain having one of these and saying, yes, it really is that good. Now, I've mentioned 1,000 times before, I have an absolutely terrible sense of taste and smell. And because of that, I don't think anything is worth that amount for me when it comes to food. But this guy's a professional chef, the kind of person who knows how to distinguish between different kinds of strawberries or mushrooms, whatever, says it is worth that much. So maybe I'm missing out by not embracing the luxury fruit regime. I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure. At the Rolex store, if you bring in more groups, you need more salespeople because you want every customer to get the hard sell. Oh, wouldn't you make a real statement about how much of a person of distinction, care, esteem you are? The only way to show the value of you is to have one of our Rolex watches on your wrist at all times. Rolex watches show the world that you have time for them. Yeah, I don't know. Got to work on my branding. But yeah, I find it very awkward to have these, one-on-one sales experiences. I'm someone who will always say I prefer to browse on my own. And I know for things like fancy watches, it's probably not possible to browse on your own because if you don't know about the machinery, if you don't know about the gold-platedness or whatever, you can't make good judgments. But I just want to be left alone. Like I've never had a time in a store where I've said my experience here would be better if I had some person walking with me and saying, this is what this is, you should buy it. This is what this is, you should buy it. Now, maybe there are some situations where that'd be useful. I know there are people who will buy computers at stores and so will want to hear about why this computer is better than that computer. If they don't have a lot of ignorance, or if they have a lot of ignorance, not much knowledge. But yeah, I think that the motive to sell there makes the salesperson biased in a lot of ways, or at least could, and so I think of them as being the enemy in some way. So, I don't know. I'm not sure if this is a Midwestern value or a general value that shoppers have, but if all shoppers did not want to be cared for personally, then stores probably would not have these people around. So, I don't know. And it's something I don't know much about. I should probably learn something about it because it's part of the world, but I want to be left alone, of course. Since at least the 16th century, European society has made an estimation of social class based on clothing. Yeah. My students sometimes talk about immediately knowing status based on brands someone's wearing. And I can't really tell what brand someone's wearing unless it's explicitly labeled. And so if the purse says, Calvin Klein or Versace or whatever, then I know full well that is one that costs a lot of money. But to me, the difference in what it looks like, I don't notice. It's not clear to me which one is supposed to be more valuable or cost more money. I don't have the eye for these kinds of things. But some people do, and to them it perhaps matters a lot. We can talk here about conspicuous consumption, which is somewhat different in Japan than the United States. There are many people here who are very wealthy, who wear very plain clothes because it's considered ostentatious to display wealth too much. In the US, certain segments believe that also, but definitely we have a big old capitalist monster trying to sell you fancy clothing through and through. Usually fancy designer stuff is ugly as heck. Yeah, I occasionally look at fashion shows and say, I just don't get this. But I understand I'm not the audience. I'm never going to buy those kinds of things at all. And I understand that sometimes fashion shows are meant to show the creativity of the designer, how they're perhaps pushing on boundaries to see what happens. And I mean, yeah, that's pretty cool. It's like artists generally trying to see what happens in new media or new way of combining inputs, and that's kind of cool, I suppose. Friends, the first ad break is coming right now and blathering on for already about half an hour. I didn't expect to take so much time talking about Rolexes and so on, but thank you for being here. On the other side of the ad break, we will get to gaming pretty soon. But now we continue going blah, blah, blah as you do. Whoa, 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 this is not a real ad break. I mean, that's true. This ad break does not count in terms of crossword time, but I still want to mention it. Harda Tiger, thanks for the follow. And thank you for the Prime sub. Wait, that wasn't a follow at all. Thanks for the Prime sub, my friend. I'm glad you're enjoying hanging out and you want to avoid that ad break, and I appreciate that very much. Thanks so much for the Prime sub, my friend, for sure. This stream is not sponsored by Rolex. One of our mods, not one who's actively here all that much, is so into fancy watches. And I don't understand it. The only watches I've ever owned are like exercise watches I use for functional reasons of like running and heart rate and so on, and keeping track of mileage. When I was like 14, I had a Mickey Mouse watch. That is definitely true. But I think since I've started carrying a phone regularly, I can always glance at the time in my pocket. And I recognize I use my watch primarily for time telling. It can be used for sending messages with a fancy watch or whatever. But yeah, for me, I don't understand it. But this mod, and I would talk at great length about how much he wanted a Philippe Patek, something like that. Philippe Patek watch, and he would like send me these links to these watches he'd want, and they'd cost tens of thousands of dollars, and it would obviously have the same function any other watch would, namely it tells time. But I think for him it was being able to say that he had that kind of watch, being able to have the people in the know that watch meant things about him. It was motivation so different from mine, and obviously there's a big bunch of people who want that kind of apparel, but I don't understand them. I'm just confused by the ways in which people make decisions sometimes. But that's okay. That's okay, of course. Watches and pens. I've got one student this term who is really into fancy fountain pens. When I first saw him writing in a fountain pen, I said to myself, oh, I should introduce him to my wife, because she also likes fountain pens. And so after class, I talked with him about his pen, and he told me all about it, and that was pretty cool. And they started talking about his pen collection, and he has some pen that costs like $12,000 that he does not use. It's just for looking at. And I understand having collections. I understand having knickknacks and so on, but I don't have the right eyes to look at a pen and say, oh, that one is definitely worth a ton of money. But I don't understand why you'd have hardly anything of that value just for looking. Now, of course, fine art is similar enough, but yeah, I'm not sure. I don't want to be down on people's choices, but the good old Bic is good enough for me. That said, this kind of pen, if you buy it off the shelf here in Japan, costs just under $2 American, like $1.99, which in the US, you could buy a pack of these for probably the same price. So I do ask people who go to the US and then come back to buy me a pack of cheap pens, because they're the only ones for me. And my wife thinks that's very, very funny that I do not use higher quality pens. But I think I physically write in a way that works well with garbage cost pens, and works terribly with fancy pens. Because anytime my wife invites me to use one of these, what are they even called, fountain pens, I end up making a terrible, terrible mess. Or it doesn't write at all, because I can't find the exact correct angle. I can't find the way in which it should be pressed down. I don't know. And I realized my earlier comments that expensive things for looking at, sort of undermines like baseball card collecting and artwork on the wall and so on. It's just pens. I don't get it. It might be, I think of pens as and watches. I think of lots of things primarily through their use value, right? The way in which they change one's life with their function, as opposed to just for looking at. Now, things that are like art pieces tend not to have a functional use, right? They're just hanging there or sitting there, and though you could use them for different purpose, like the bust can be used as a hammer, I suppose, it's not their primary intended purpose. But I don't know. Very utilitarian approach to the world, I'm afraid. Trying to just use things as they are. Dewey be proud of me? I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Except Dewey did support the aesthetic experience also. There's a really good book called Art as Experience that talks about the importance of consummatory experiences where you reach beyond the average every day by finding artworks that inspires you and so on. That's part of Dewey I don't do anything with because I don't understand what he's talking about. It's the kind of experience I don't really have. Perhaps that part of me is broken. Noah says a lot of art is about money laundering. Yeah, I've seen a number of exposés on that topic, the way in which people will get their works, appraised for higher and higher values, and then have a friend buy it, and then the original person returns the money to that friend. And I don't understand it. I don't know how to appraise things that are marked as very expensive. But yeah, it's a part of the world I don't really understand. That said, one of my favorite news stories I read in probably the past 2 years was about a member of the New York City Police Department whose entire job is art detective. So he spends his days, of course, trying to solve art crimes, but also especially look into the provenance of artworks. So how does this wealthy person have this piece that allegedly was in a museum over in Egypt, right? How did it get from this place to that place? Or of course looted antiquities, right? Things that have been declared the property of Greece that somehow end up in this collection over here. And so, yeah, this guy is absolutely fascinating. I believe he does have a degree in art, but he seems like a relatively standard New York police detective. So very no nonsense, which I think is a bit of a contrast to a lot of the art world. And just such fascinating work. It's a combination of history and law and investigation and convincing people. It's about imperialism. It's about the looting of other cultures. So really, really interesting. This ties in, of course, with, I can go all day on this. Absolutely all day. Welcome to Resorty Talks About Old Stuff stream. Sorry, we'll play games soon, but this reminds me of the fellow at the Oxford Papyrus Laboratory or Library, the fellow who was the keeper of the Dead Sea Scrolls and other very old pieces of papyrus, Dirk Obinger, something like that. Dirk Obinger, maybe. And this guy is a professor at Oxford. This guy is, set for life with one of the more prestigious positions in all of classics world. And apparently he was selling things out of the Oxford collection to collectors around the world. And it's just not clear why he has done this. He, I believe, took a settlement of some sort. Maybe he's being sued still. I can't remember exactly. But his motivation has never come out. The guy lived a pretty simple life, apparently living on a houseboat somewhere. So it wasn't like using the money for massive consumption, but absolutely crazy. And I think some of his stolen items wound up in the Hobby Lobby Bible Museum. The founders of the Hobby Lobby craft store had their own museum of the Bible somewhere in the US, maybe DC, I can't remember. And so they have these like really old presentations of biblical literature, and many of them were stolen from Oxford, which is like big nerdy robbery stories. I think so often we think of theft. We think of someone like, knocking in the window and taking grandma's silverware. But no, this professor was looting the archive. Dirk Obink, maybe? I need to look up this guy's name, unfortunately, or I'll be stuck on it all day long. So is it Dirk Obink? Yeah, there he is. Yeah. He taught ancient texts at Oxford. Now he's accused of. Yeah, if you've not read about this guy at all, it is super interesting. I think he grew up in Nebraska. He's one of those stories of academia that are relatively rare. The majority of the top tier academics in the world are people who are born into university towns and born into university families and so on. But old Dirk here began, I believe, in Nebraska in a middle class family, I think, and works his way up to Oxford. So absolutely fantastic. But yes, he was the head of the Oxyrhynchus Papyri Project. And then he was arrested for stealing papyrus. There you go. That's the Resorty story of the day. Maybe you already knew it, maybe you didn't, but that's how the world goes. Hello, Game Urchin. Good seeing you. Hello, Blue Link. Hello, Mr. Nezu. Hello, everybody. Klaus, good seeing you. Welcome, Lazy Monkey, and everybody else. The Hobby Lobby Museum is one of the biggest collection of stolen religious artifacts in the world. Yeah, there's been a lot of questions about the provenance, where these items have come from. I mean, I think this is a story that a lot of museums go through. A lot of museums have collections that are built up on donations, especially, and where the donations come from. It's a mystery. God works in mysterious ways. But you can't tell the story of many museums without telling the story of imperialism and so on. Yeah, the British Museum, I think, is the easy target. The big story that's always discussed is the Elgin marbles, right? The marble statues that are taken from Greece under very suspicious circumstances, and the Greek government has repeatedly requested their return, and the British Museum has said over and over again, no. I think they've sent some of them back now, maybe, or maybe they got some marbles for other purposes. But if you go to one of the ruins in Athens, is it the Acropolis? It might be the Acropolis. They have this display on the walls of where the statues should be. Where the statues should be on the walls. And so it's like this explicit call out of where is this thing that belonged here? Oh, the British took it. Lord Elgin took it back to the British Empire. And it's a fascinating story. It's one often covered in history of art classes. My favorite story of this, of course, is that I once talked to a professor of art history at a university at which I was teaching, and he was talking about the Elgin marbles, and he'd been teaching us the Elgin marbles for decades and decades, and I said, I'm pretty sure it's Elgin, and he said, oh, how would you know this? You don't teach art history. And I say, I grew up in Elgin, Illinois, and part of my boyhood was learning about the pronunciation of Elgin around the world, and Elgin is what they say in the UK, and the man after whom it was named is named Elgin. And the professor felt a little embarrassed and apparently went to his class and corrected the pronunciation and made the world a better place. Hooray, what a good time, what a good time. All right, I thought I had one more story for you all. There's one more thing I want to talk about, but it is not in mind right now. Give me just 1 second. Gotta write these down. Book sale, dinner with friends. Yep, that's all I got, unfortunately. I'm sure it'll come up during game time, but yeah, the third story is lost to the sands of time, unfortunately. So, last question. Anything else you want to share? Anything you're interested in talking about today? Things that have been going on in your lives, you've read in the news. I'd be delighted to chit-chat about whatever. That'd be lovely. And if you all got nothing, we can go on and play some Victoria 3. But I do want this to be a contributory stream. What's on deck for class? Hey, great question. We're returning to a text I've taught previously. Today is Thomas More's Utopia. It's a really interesting book in which, St. Thomas More wrote a response to Plato, in which he said, Plato argues that the ideal state, the utopia we'd all love to live in, is super hierarchical in order to keep things stable and good for everyone. More responds and says, no, the perfect utopia is largely equal, except for very small purposes, namely the exchange of goods between neighborhoods. And so I'm not teaching all of that, but the part that's most interesting for my purposes right now is about work, and especially who should do the bad jobs of society. the jobs that are very hard, the jobs that are unclean, the jobs that are not seen in high esteem. And his answer is everyone should do these, especially farming. He thinks it's important that people know where their food comes from. It's important that people understand what it is to grow food. In case all the farmers die, then people can step in. But I tend to use this as not just like an interesting thought experiment, but instead talking about work in our societies. And my favorite way of talking about it is who should clean the bathrooms at school. Because of course we have a class of people who do this, and they're all women and they're all paid very little, etc. But in the Japanese school system, the answer to who should clean the bathrooms is everyone should. From a very young age, elementary school in fact, the students are required as part of their school day to clean up the school entirely. And it's interesting to see my American students who will immediately go to, it's gross, someone should be paid for that, it's low skill labor, and so that person should not have esteem, etc., etc. Well, they simultaneously will say, all jobs should be respected. They'll then say, I never want to do it, and if my child did it, that'd be a failure, that kind of thing. Where the Japanese students will say, yeah, we should all do this work. If we all do this work of cleaning up the places we use, we'd take better care of it, because we know that then we would be spending time cleaning it also. And it's a really nice conversation. And so we end up talking about what kind of jobs in society are absolutely necessary, and my class would want to do it, and why not? If it needs to be done, shouldn't we do it together? And it's a good conversation that brings in social justice concerns, as well as concerns about how we talk one way about work in society, and then don't actually act that way. So the big example from COVID, of course, is the movement from the essential frontline worker as the cashier to the low-skilled minimum wage worker who does not deserve whatever. These, of course, are the same jobs talked about in different ways, blah, 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 etc. Blah, 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 etc. Hey, it's a birthday for Blue Link. Happy birthday, Blue Link. Congratulations on making it another year, and thank you for spending, I think, the majority of that year with me. That's really fantastic of you. It's been good having you around. Thank you for your stories, perspectives, and messages about musicals. You like musicals, I like musicals, it works there. Sashi's wondering, is it the students say that or parents that say the students should do it? I mean, I think like everything that's taught to very, very young children, it's basically impossible to distinguish between, is the parent pushing it or the teacher pushing it, or does the student want themselves? Because my sense is children don't necessarily want to sit down for story time, but the teacher says, come on, Jimmy, it's time for story time, and then Jimmy will perhaps do so. And so it's ingrained in Japanese children from a very, very young age that this is just what one does in society. And so I'll ask my students, was there a day you didn't want to do this thing? You didn't want to clean the bathroom or clean the cafeteria or whatever? And they'll say, yeah, there were days I didn't feel like it. And I'll say, did you consider not doing it? And they said, no, of course not, because it needed to be done. And my saying I won't do that means my classmates have to work harder. So I think it's interesting, the sort of like American version, which says we should not do things we don't want to do, where the Japanese students will be so emphatic that it needs to be done, and so I will take up part of that burden. It should be a good class at least. I'm not pushing an agenda on this one. It's more just I like it when students from different cultures approach the question in fundamentally different ways, and hopefully by sharing and expressing and thinking through these ideas, the students can see other perspectives, the students can maybe grow in their own ideas, and we'll see. Anyway, that's my story about class today. It should be a good one, I hope. If it's not, you'll hear about it tomorrow. I guarantee. HPG is asking, how do folks make themselves get out of the house? Having trouble finding energy for it. Yeah, I mean, I've been there too, my friend. I've been there too. I mean, on the one hand, you don't necessarily need to leave the house every day. It's okay to take days away from that kind of thing. But I found for myself especially that if I can just get out into the sunlight, as long as not impossibly hot and humid, then I feel a little better. Or if I can just say, go for a 2-minute walk. That 2-minute walk will often become a 5-minute walk, a 10-minute walk, and I'll then feel a little bit better. But not necessarily the solution in all cases, and it doesn't always work, of course. So hard to say, hard to say. Good seeing you, Fatoris. Good seeing you, Jester. Welcome in today. ZTMNY. Good seeing you for sure. A pleasure to have you all stop by. Let me go and grab myself a jacket and see what's what. See what's what. Noah here says you're watching with your 10-year-old stepbrother. Can I give a shout out? So let me tell you directly, I tend not to do shout outs because back in the day, if anyone said like, hey Resorty, would you say XYZ? I would say it and they'd end up making fun of me or haha, you said a dirty word in another language. But sure thing. Ashton, good to have you here. A man in Tokyo is aware of your existence. Good seeing you, Ashton. Hope you're having a good day for sure. Potato Peddler, you say you've slowly built up to getting more and more out over a few years. It's hard to get out sometimes. You go slowly, the habit gets easier. Absolutely right. I've mentioned that I'm trying to go to the gym more often, and it's very easy to say either I go 6 days a week or I can't go at all, right? This all or nothing understanding. But yeah, for me at least, saying, if I'm able to go for just one day or for 30 minutes, that's a huge win already. But I think all or nothing thinking is so easy to defeat so many of our goals because we then don't forgive ourselves when we can't quite do it. The fact that you had a bad day doesn't mean you've had a bad life. The fact you had a bad day does not mean it's a bad year. A bad day is just a bad day. And so tomorrow's another day. You can try again. Or at least these are stories I tell myself. I'm not offering advice here without having gone through it because it's hard. ZTMNY, how are we going to say that? Z, good to see you. Z says, the gym's hard to do, but it's easy to do other things for you. Yeah, I mean, the gym takes time. I think this is one of the things that is absolutely true. So many of these things that we know are healthier or better or will lead to a better quality of life just makes it incredibly difficult to fit in part of your life because we're busy and we're tired and it's hard to work a full day and then say, well, I'm gonna go work out for an hour now. And that is just challenging. So I think it's the case that we shouldn't be too hard on ourselves, but it's worth trying if you can. I know in my darkest days, back when I had my really terrible mental health issues, just saying get out of bed for 5 minutes. If I could make that first step, if I could roll over and put my foot on the floor, in that moment, I would say, okay, I've accomplished something. Now, can I do one more thing? Setting up the little goals, hugely important. I remember reading a really beautiful thread on Reddit years back about someone who was so terribly depressed, they were struggling to do anything. And someone said, the person said, how do I even find the motivation to take a shower? And another commenter had this absolutely beautiful response in which they said, try to break it down to the smallest possible steps. And then they listed every single step of taking a shower. And they said, taking a shower might feel really huge for you, but can you just turn on the bathroom light switch, right? Can you just do this first step? And I think it's a great way of thinking about difficult things and about finding motivation for something that is much easier. When I was learning to run, my teacher would tell me regularly, don't think about the miles and miles, think, can you get to the next light pole? Can you make it to the corner? If you break it down to a smaller thing, it can get somewhat easier. So, I don't know. It's worked for me, and I don't mean to say it'll work for everyone, but that's how I think about getting out of the house. It's just a matter of, can you put on that left shoe? If you can put on that left shoe and tie up the laces, you've already accomplished something that's pretty darn good. Starting is the hardest part. Exactly right. I mean, there's a standard line about what the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, which helps us think about both getting started and how hard it is. When I learned to run, there were running teachers. I've mentioned this previously, but my dissertation director in grad school was a big runner, and it was clearly the case that he wanted me to be a healthier person, and so he was insistent that I learned how to run. And so we would go for runs regularly, and I was slow and terrible. We'd go for walks instead, and I gradually built it up, and we would just talk, and he'd be encouraging, and Yeah, eventually I was running a pretty long distance most days and feeling really good about myself. And then I hurt my knee and that all kind of fell apart. But yeah, I was lucky to have a person who knew how to do the thing, be willing to start where I was. I've had to go the other direction where, one of my good friends wanted to help me learn how to do high intensity workouts, the CrossFit thing. And so I went to his gym and he was showing me how to do it. And it was a matter of the place that he thought was the beginner's place was more than I could possibly do. And it was so demoralizing for me, and I think also for him a little bit, because he thought of himself as a good teacher. And so he recognized then that if you don't have an underlying basis of fitness, it's really hard to even take those beginner steps. And so it's a matter of saying, okay, this person really is just starting. Can they do the very, very basic move before you do anything else? So I think part of being a good teacher is accepting that someone could be impossibly below where you think they're actually going to be. And for me as a teacher, it's the case every semester. I don't know where my students are. I try the best I can to reach them where they are, but sometimes it requires starting a little bit more before where you thought you had to be. Before, that's certainly not a word. A little bit more before. Anyway, enough of my blah, blah, blah. Thank you for hanging out during it. It was a nice way to start the day. I've often said before that you all help me warm up so that when I'm actually playing the games, I'm a little bit more on point and do a little better job. Now, I want to check one thing before we get to the games. I feel a little embarrassed about something, and this is the way I deal with my confession. As many of you know, I was asked by a gaming company to make a little video for them to put on their Steam website to help them sell their game. And I may have gotten to this video a little later in the week than I should have. Not by a lot, by only a few hours, I think. And so I'm curious if it was still useful to them, because I sent it over, I emailed it, and I have not heard back. So let's check and see if I've actually been useful here, or if I'm instead on the naughty list for this fine games company. All right. If we go to Steam Community, all very good. Oh boy, am I in big trouble? Go to the store over here. Yeah. Look for Great Houses of Calderia. That's that one. Okay, they have nothing up yet. So either they haven't gotten to it yet, or they decided to go ahead with no videos at all. Now, I believe this game is going on sale as part of the Tacticon, which appears not to have launched yet. So, alright, I'm going to say I'm not in trouble yet. That said, this is so unfortunate. My little video section doesn't say, like, this is the best game, make sure you buy it. But instead it does just showing you how to play the game, just straight on. And I may have lost an important battle while playing the game, because I was playing very early in the morning. The Resorty bump will turn things around. Resorty has played this game on stream. Resorty wants to love this game. It's an attempt to do CK3 in a totally different way, but it is. Hello, Fritz. It's probably time for us to change our picture of the cat for this week, but I don't want to. Like, of the picture we've had, this is probably my favorite. Like, I suspect it's the case that when we say goodbye to Fritz someday, this picture right here will be one that I remember and enjoy more than any other. He just looks very sweet in that picture, I think. And so, yeah, I very much appreciate that you all have encouraged me to show pictures of the cat, because it does encourage me then to take lots of pictures, which I'm not someone who normally does. I'm not someone who normally takes pictures of anything, but it's good to have more memories in a sort of physical form. Wouldn't be the stair picture? That's a good point. The stair picture of him running down happily for food really is the pure essence of Fritz. There's nothing to know but that, for sure. All right, friends, welcome to a little game called Victoria 3. We have been victorious so far, which is to say our little Empire Kingdom thing still exists, thank goodness. Is Fritz short-legged, or does the photo make him look short-legged? It makes him look short-legged, actually. I hadn't noticed that till just now. But no, he's a normal-legged cat, I think. He's actually kind of tall for a cat. He's a big boy with what's the line that Eric Cartman says? He's big-boned. It's true, actually. He's like surprisingly large for a small animal, but he's very, very good. Very, very good. All right, good seeing you, Forcom. Hello, Keepers. Hello, everybody. It's time for us to get into a little video game called Victoria 3, that we may be victorious. Huh. I wonder why Queen Victoria was named Victoria. I'm sure that it shares a root with victory. Okay. After whom was Queen Victoria named is the question here. So Queen Victoria namesake, possibly? Oh, interesting. Her name was Alexandria Victoria. I don't know if it was her second name. List of places named after Victoria. No, in the other direction. Like, of whom was she a namesake, if anyone? Was Queen Victoria Victorian? Love it. Wait, to everyone who heard it, the name Victoria sounded invented, ridiculous, and deeply unsuitable for a Christian queen. What? What? I've never heard this before. Tell me more. I wish to know more. Are we gonna load? I see this spinning. I'm not logged in on the Washington Post on this computer. Oh, I must know more. Let's try to reload this bad boy. Try it again. Hey, Forcom, thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. That's 5 months. All appreciate for sure. Victoria's mother was Princess Victoria. Oh, that probably explains where she got her name from. We don't believe in loading today. Can we use like the Google cached thing? Huh. Once upon a time, one would click here and there'd be a Google cache thing. I don't see it anymore, so. Alright. Whichever way. We've learned the name Queen Victoria is a little unusual for the time, and she was named after her mother, apparently. Good. Thank you for teaching me things, friends. Always a good time. So continue our game. Viva Mexico once more. Interested in seeing how much longer we can hold out against the U.S. This is the big concern we have, is will the U.S. come eat us? Yesterday we gave up part of Oklahoma to help them stay not knocking our door too hard. They killed that a few months ago. Really, Red Rover. The cache is not being kept anymore. Is that because Google was worried about like copyright concerns? I know there's been a lot of conversation with the Wayback Machine, I think, or Internet Archive, about what is it legit to hold on to copies of, especially when the original is extant. Now, I know that libraries are allowed to make archival copies of things, but I think the Internet Archive's in like a strange middle ground where it insists it's a library, and the corporations are pretty insistent that no, it's not. But I appreciate this maintenance of important internet history for sure. I need just a moment to reorient myself to this playthrough. I see that we are making gold mines in California, which is always the right call. I believe our people are still starving. It doesn't say starving, it says struggling instead. So grain is still very expensive, and over half of our peasants are still engaged in subsistence farming. So making them into ordinary farmers is the thing to do. I believe we've set up a few farms there. Gotta get more of those. Probably the next little bit of playthrough is just make more and more and more farms. Because if our standard of living goes up, we'll have fewer radicals. If standard of living goes up, we'll be pulling in more taxes, and everything will be absolutely wonderful, I claim. Looking at standard of living here, though, you can see the US versus us. Brutal. The big trouble is down here in Veracruz, I believe. Yeah, Veracruz currently has a little bit of turmoil going on. I kind of want to send down the thugs to stop it, because this slows down our building. Like, if one has higher and higher turmoil, it leads to higher and higher difficulty in building, and it's a bit of a spiral. I can send them emergency relief, or we can send them welfare. It might help a little bit. We'll see. Now, does that actually require the welfare institution to exist? We don't have the welfare institution, so it may actually do nothing, now that I think about it. Let me take that back. No more emergency relief. We just gotta get things made here for them. Notably food and such would help a whole bunch. So is Veracruz making anything currently? I'm gonna kick the maize farm to the top there, despite the fact that I sure like that gold coming in. We're not that negative right now, so I think we should be okay maybe. But yeah, more farms, more bananas. Excellent. Then we got a message from somebody. It's about foreign investment. Foreign investment is one thing I do not fully know how to think about. It's a new element of the game added, I believe, in the most recent patch or DLC. Though it may have been around longer, I've just not seen it, unfortunately. So, who knows? Okay. A message from Guatemala. Oh! Guatemala wants us to build in their territory. Alright. So it adds a modifier for Guatemala about leverage generation. So does this mean that Guatemala has more leverage over me? Or does it mean that I have more leverage over Guatemala? I don't know. That said, they are small and I am large, and I will be consuming them presently. So I believe it's the case that our state at least is now allowed to build there. I'm not sure if the capitals can also. You get more leverage over them, which is not relevant yet. It will be a block eventually, don't you worry. Any overarching goals in this playthrough, we want to eat the US. Our goal is to consume the US at some point here. I don't know when, but at some point. Here, I will build for you a tobacco plantation. You have any gold mines? Give me gold. Yeah, more tobacco, more good. That can't go to the top of the line, unfortunately. I need people not to starve first. Okay. Yeah, we'd like to eat the US in this playthrough. It's probably not going to happen. But that is the goal, to celebrate the 4th of July, is take over that land eventually. At the moment, though, it really is just get the economy functioning. Ours is at 7.4, it is going up, compared to the US's 23 million. I think last time we played, we were thinking seriously about trying to get conscription going. Unfortunately, I think it was the case that nobody in power wanted to change to conscription. We sure do want it, so I can bring in a bunch more troops, because the only way we're going to hold out against the US is with more troops than we have. A message from Russia. They want a trade agreement. Okay, so a couple things. Number one, we are importing tons of things from Russia already. It is the largest market that's friendly to us. We already have a relationship with Russia, I believe. Yeah, we're friendly already. We have a defensive pact and investment rights. I didn't want Russia to hate me. So, is it worth going this also? It might harm the economy a little bit, but I need them to protect me still. As long as they don't forcibly integrate me, we'll say yes. More friendship with our friends, the Russians. And again, diplomatically speaking, Mexico is the only people in the world that really like us. Oh, that's not true. Spain and France are cool as well. Man, Spain loves us. Wow, genial. I think we're still a ways from getting an alliance or something with them, though we are working on... Oh, we're actually capped out on relationship. So where are we on other positive relationships? Where is defensive pact? They say no, only negative 28. Their opposition to it is their army is larger. We're a minor power. And they already have plenty of defensive pacts. We'll see. You think National Guard gives 80 battalions? Fetors, I believe it does. I believe there's even more battalions if we go to any of the other laws. Yeah, Professional Army is 19 battalions. Militia is 133. That's not half bad. We just need more, though. More, though. Okay. Maybe we weren't taking out a tremendous amount of tariffs on trades with Mexico, or trades with Russia yet. I worried the economy in bad shape, but it's apparently not right now. All right, the landowners in the Catholic Church are still our most powerful folks. We're working on becoming the Age of Caudillos forever, keeping the military in power. We're allowed to set up our governments anything we want to. And so right now, the folks that are in government do have most power clout-wise. They're not the largest population. Government's good enough for now. Obstructionism among the landowners. Flavio Arista's rhetoric has drawn negative attention to representatives of the landowners, who he has condemned for obstructing the passage of propertied women. The landowners, a conglomeration of rats sitting in their gilded seats and claiming to serve the interests of the people. And yet the people have spoken. It's demanded of those very people. They cease and desist. We can pressure the landowners. They will not like that. It'll drop below -5. We lose taxes. Or will not harm relationship over the law. This leads to more radicalism on propertied women. I mean, they're placated, I believe, because we're trying to pass it right now. So not going to harm the relationship. They're still placated. That's fine. Oh, National Guard's Home Affairs. I looked in the wrong law before. Hello. National Guard. Gives more battalions. You're absolutely right. I looked at the wrong line there. National Militia is different than National Guard. Got it. Once we've sufficiently failed in property women, or pass it through with a very low chance, we'll look into a larger military. I do need to build more barracks. I also need to build a weapons industry. But there's so much I need to build, and Nevada is currently struggling with infrastructure. Is that because of gold mines? Of course it is. Got all these gold mines. Now, there's no way I can fix that other than sending road maintenance right now, because we haven't yet invented the train, unfortunately. Man, even with the road maintenance, we're still struggling with infrastructure. Poor Nevada. All that gold and nothing to do with it. Brutal. So for the moment, if these gold mines are in Nevada, they're not. Well, we'll get Nevada attached once we've invented the railroad and have steam power and so on. What are we doing with weapons right now? I thought in our capital we have one weapons manufacturer. It's not doing super well because small arms are so cheap. I don't think we're importing any right now, but it would probably be worthwhile to make more barracks to consume more, consume more weapons. Once we finish these 2 farms, I'm then gonna need more barracks in the capital probably. So, hello, capital. Do you have barracks? Yes. Right, you don't build barracks anymore. You go to the army and build the army instead. So, more small weapons. We can build in the Dixie headquarters of Texas. Actually, Texas has the most troops right now. Everything's bigger in Texas. But no, I want to protect the capital notably. Though there are no job seekers who currently want this thing, who have the qualifications. They'll learn eventually. There are people in Oaxaca who want additional military, the Yucatan also. All these places want some more. But for right now, we're going to stay with just Mexico. All right, building 2 more. That should change the prices at least a little bit on weaponry. Again, finish Veracruz first. Gotta make those peasants happy. We saw that Arizona has now been fully colonized by our friends, the Americans. Darn you, Americans. Welcome to me not remembering where Arizona is. Right here, isn't it? So it says it's been colonized by the Americans. They've taken this little corner here. That's going on for sure. It feels so good to be back playing this game again. Over the weekend, I absolutely had some moments of, why am I not playing this video game? Wouldn't it be wonderful to play this video game? And you almost got a bonus stream, but I hung out with my wife instead. Hello, Cuba, how's it going? Spain is looking after Cuba right now. Haiti is independent, actually. They had the slave revolts. Floraville Regard. I don't think so. Colorado's gold also. Should we make nice with Haiti? Like, they're not super strong by any means, but I have a little soft spot for Haiti. I believe that the United States agreed to help Haiti after the revolution, and then never did. So part of the history of Haiti is some broken promises, maybe. A popular Mexican newsletter released a statement by Flavio Artista, he's the artist, endorsing several poets known for sympathies, the intelligentsia. The ideas of love and comradeship are present therein, but when one looks beyond the surface, one is faced with the precise conditions for such a thing. Those things which foster the highest ideals and can be made manifest in one's daily life. The idols of Mexican culture are with our reform gain 7%, or we support the intelligentsia more and more. They give +2 relationship points. Already in top position there. I'll say thank you to the idols of Mexican culture for supporting what we do. But then, the eruption from West Java has come forth. Krakatoa! Oh no. But to help Krakatoa, we have to spend 1,100 money for 2 years. Or nature's a capricious creature. The Dutch East Indies like us less, and we become infamous for not helping. There's no possible way my economy can bear that much money right now. I'm terribly sorry. I'm a bad human for not sending my charity, but don't worry, we're still reputable. Alright, Haiti, this is probably not a good call. But like I said, I'm kind of sweet on you. Feeling kind of sweet here, so let's go ahead and... Oh, she can't improve. We're at 148 influence. Need a little bit more, unfortunately. Okay. We noticed in the diplomacy page that the people in the south here are all about us. Should I give them defensive pacts? On the hope of eventually incorporating them. I mean, how much does it cost for a defensive pact with these folks? I mean, Los Altos here is tiny. They would accept investment. They'd appreciate if I let them invest in my territory also. They would accept defensive agreement, but we don't have enough influence currently. Who knows? It's a gold rush in Colorado! So I can take the money for myself. Or bring in more migration. I actually don't want migration to Colorado because we don't have the infrastructure there, and it's inland with no trains. So the money is mine, all mine. Yeah, they have 3 infrastructure slots. We'll need to get additional mines going there soon enough. Or a farm, maybe. I'm not sure. Language in the classroom. In this playthrough, decided to be halfway decent to the natives because we are the anti-colonialists in this playthrough, trying to be good people and rising up from the south. So, the Nahua people wish to speak their their language is not the official language. We accept. Their language is part of their heritage. The church and the PB get a little cranky. The church will never love me. We gotta find a way to weaken them eventually. I believe higher literacy helps with that. Also, non-church education helps with that. It's coming one of these days. All right, 100 bureaucracy and 13 boats. We could look for additional trade routes which would benefit us. But I believe we have basically nothing to export right now. Maybe send out more tobacco, possibly. The Russians want tobacco. You know what? Sure. All right. Guns are really cheap right now. We'll send them to Russia as well. We then need one more port somewhere. New Mexico is fully colonized. Old Mexico, New Mexico, it is all ours. Well, mostly ours. The U.S. is a little bit grabby with its weird finger down there. There's not much more native land to carve up. Remember the part where I said we're anti-colonialists in this playthrough? Or the part where I said, gosh, we're going to be okay rising from the south to help people. Well, this is just false, unfortunately. I think we're actually positive on money right now. Exporting guns was probably the best call we made. We have a small subsidy going right here on arms industries. I need to maintain that for right now until the barracks get made, which are being made right now. So those will buy up more guns. We may need to stop the export. We clearly need one more port. Utah has been taken. I believe Utah's a split state. Yes, it is. It would be interesting if the game didn't break the US into all of its constituent states. So, I don't know. Hello, Battle Tank. Pop Quiz Professor, what does Cinco de Mayo celebrate? I assume it's Mexican independence, but I'm not certain on that one. Insert here jokes about big dum-dum Americans. It's absolutely true. Big dum-dum American all the way. Texas has not that much infrastructure, so I'm going to give them one more port with a mind to having more boats for more exports or imports. Oh, we have one mark in California as well. I think California is probably fine on infrastructure currently. Yep, it's fine-ish. Sardinia Piedmont has joined the Paris Convention. France builds its power block a bit. It's certainly not number one because the British have Canada and Australia both. Propertied women with 13% chance has passed the third phase. Cinco de Mayo celebrates the Battle of Puebla, a Mexican win against an army of Europe. I had no idea, apologize. Like I said, I don't really know the history of anything, even the US. One of the many gaps in my education, as usual. One of these days we'll learn, and one of these days we'll learn. Exactly, Hermit. Yeah, Utah is Deseret, indeed. Isn't the case that in Utah is still published the Deseret Times, I think? One of these newspapers, non-coastal newspapers. Pretty cool, pretty cool, pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, I think it's the case that, you know, of course, they choose the traditional borders. I think many of which were not yet settled in 1850. But Deseret News, rather. Deseret News. Thank you, thank you, thank you. One of these things I should know. I wonder if Russia will give me their knowledge. I'm not sure how much knowledge Russia has right now, but I'd love to have... What are they fighting with? Neutral states. Okay. Can we take on your knowledge, please? I don't see such a button. Is it in demands? No. It's not a demand. It's a request. Borrow their knowledge. Maybe joining knowledge is only if you're part of their power block or part of their nation, possibly. Back to it. Port coming in good. Before the Panhandle of Oklahoma was called No Man's Land. Oh, really? I love looking at old maps and seeing how the world was cut up before how it's cut up today. Of course, you know, state boundaries are all made up in some way. I mean, any clear boundary in the world is made up in some way. But these are so ingrained, right? The sense of the states, the sense of nations are so obvious to people who live with them that it can be hard to remember that we made them up together. Tools expensive, grain expensive. So is grain being made in Veracruz right now? It's getting filled up right now. They're finding workers gradually. This will raise the standard of living. Qualifications not so good. We got to learn how to push that plow and so on. The Deseret and the Salt Lake City Tribune are both big papers there. They share a printing facility. Yeah, I know that a lot of newspapers began sharing printing facilities. Like traditional hostile parties have started saying, okay, to keep the newspaper around, we have to share a printing facility. I think the Tribune and the Sun-Times in Chicago have begun sharing something. I don't recall what it is. Maybe distribution. Where in my youth they were, you know, clearly fighting it out. Now they're, at least the Sun-Times is really struggling to maintain any amount of readership in hard copy. Yeah, I miss the newspaper. We do get one once a week now, but I I miss it being read generally. I don't know why. It's one of these things I have nostalgia for. Just like the feel of newsprint and the sound of the pages turning. It's nothing about efficiency of reading the news, certainly. It's entirely about the physical experience of engaging with it. Which is why we gotta make more paper in town. Actually, I think we're fine on paper, finally. I think we imported quite a bit of it. Baja California is complaining about standard of living once more. They are having a struggle. They have no peasants, but do they have old school farms? Not that very many, and they're struggling to find workers because coffee costs nothing. Cotton costs things. Tobacco, not so much. I think I was exporting coffee earlier. We'll go ahead and try that again once the port is functional here and we have boats again. So we'll see. And the older maps, of course, you have like sea monsters and here be monsters and so on. Don't go out that way. Something terrible happened in Utah. The drop of temperature caused by the volcanic eruption has ruined the crops of all the nation, and the farmers of Utah beg for help. No food at home, sir. Not a single root to be saved. Children ask questions, sir. The sky is always dark, always red. They're hungry, hungry to freight, my lord, and so am I. We can send them food plus 2,000 money consumed for 5 years. So the national debt can go up to 7 million. That's a lot. I'm gonna do it. Got to save our people, hopefully. I could raise taxes. We might do that. Representatives of the Catholic Church and the government demanded several compromises of the enactment of propertied women. These measures have already been condemned by supporters of Flavio Artista as corrosive to the movement as a whole. The word of the mob in the street will not change the nature of national interest. We've chosen to stand by our principles and avert the government from making a terrible mistake. That's all. That's all there'll ever be. So we say we don't care about the church being with us. This makes Flavio Artista more popular. He's a random agitator who's already absolutely beloved. So we could upset the church, slowing enactment time, or Artista will complain, but we will act. We gain one setback, it's more likely to go through, and the propertied movement here has +5 radicalism. They're placated currently, so I'm okay with ignoring that. One setback, but higher chance of going through. That would be good. Unholy, you're not wrong. Like the borders exist for a reason between different places. Like it's not absolutely arbitrary, but it could have been otherwise. So I guess the word to use is contingent. Like they're contingent borders that are part of our history. But it's interesting thinking, to me at least, how else it could have been cut up. The easy example is like where the streets are in my hometown. The streets could have been in different places, and it would give a different feel to the hills and to the open trees and so on. I'm not meaning to make claims about like national borders, though. Again, I think they are contingent. Of course, they must be. All right, we got some boats again, so it's time to send coffee. There's not big demand for coffee, allegedly, but I need to get my coffee industry functioning. And so exporting would help that. All right, the British want coffee. Tea no more, but coffee instead. Impossible worlds. The bookstore I went to over the weekend had all 3 volumes of Derek Parfit's Big Books. And I almost bought them. It'd be such an investment of time, but no, possible worlds are not useful to me except as a heuristic. And I don't want to talk about this at all right now, but yeah, definitely not a realist on that topic, despite the fact that I understand why you might need to be a realist on a topic. Oh, goodness. What a topic for stream. Not feeling it. All right, have we increased standard of living in Veracruz at least? It's only struggling. They're happy enough. Only 23% below the proper standard of living. Baja California is still below where it should be. The coffee plantations are struggling, despite the fact the price has gone up substantially. Their trouble in finding anyone is they just haven't succeeded. They're going to try again in a few days. I could force them to hire by giving them money. Because coffee plantations were subsistence farms. I think just the lack of population here is making it hard for anything to happen, unfortunately. And the wheat farms are probably more important to keep them full of people. Because you can't eat coffee, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. People try, I'm sure, but you can't do that. Alright, friends, it's been an hour of gameplay or so. Are you interested in a quick little ad break? Well, I am, so it's time to pause the game to play 3 minutes of fun little crossword and then back to it once more. Thanks for being here. Hello, Highway. As a first playthrough of Victoria 3, what's a good country to try? I think I often answer Sweden here, as Sweden is kind of isolated and can play in lots of different ways. Though I think people will often say Prussia for military purposes. So one of those for me. You can eat coffee like chocolate-covered coffee beans. You're absolutely right. I completely forgot about that. Completely forgot about that. Yeah, I don't like them. I don't like chocolate that much, honestly. But yes, you can eat coffee beans. Are they particularly calorie dense? I know nothing about them at all, other than I don't like how it tastes. Okay, streaked as mascara. It's Ran. Any entry in the Final Fantasy series for short, an RPG. As I mentioned in the intro, one of my acquaintances, soon-to-be friends, was hired by a major Japanese translation firm that does all of the translating and playtesting for all the major game studios in Japan. This is the best job ever. Did we ever beat the weird crossword with rebuses? We did. We've beaten every crossword we've done recently, but it did take a couple days. It was brutal, wasn't it? I do like Raisinets. Absolutely, because of the raisin part. Again, chocolate, not for me. Bag in some product names. Bag in product names. Like tote, possibly? No idea. Bling, possibly ice. Blank Jones, a one-time name of the poet Amiri Baraka. I knew this at one point. Is it Lester? No, it's not Lester. Not sure. Hello, Coach. Are we allowed to ask political questions? I mean, it depends on what you mean with that question. If you mean like the politics of Victoria 3, sure. If you mean things about the current American election, I encourage you to go visit Discord, because I don't feel that during stream usually. Didn't see you there. Sorry, possibly. A surveillance system on a warship. They got that one thing, like it's called a, what's it called? A periscope, there we go. A periscope doesn't fit. It could be like a radar system. It could be, I have no idea. Stooge in Aladdin. The bird is a stooge in Aladdin. Is it called Iago? I think it is. A banker's offer. Low rates. Mortgage fee. No idea. A short performance. Could be a one act, possibly. Could be a stint. Could be a gig. Not sure. Prudence. Prudence is care. Prudence is common sense, maybe? Not sure. Actually, prudence is not common sense, unfortunately. What about Genghis Khan? Why is he so successful? I have no idea. I mean, brutality against people who didn't expect it, I think, is part of the answer. But if someone in chat says anything about Genghis Khan, go wild, I got nothing. Okay, could be to approve, could be to say sure. What's the down here? Expression of disapproval. Well, I think sorry and Iago might both be wrong. Not sure. To the downs then. Cause for alarm. Cause for alarm. A break-in. The morning. Posh. Ooh, the U is looking real bad down there on posh. elite, fancy, glitzy. What's hub? The center of a sort. Hub may be wrong. I'm going to do 2 more downs and back to the game. Really act out. This is always emote to be too big on stage, or possibly on stream by going, this is always emote. Submission to a studio exec, possibly a pitch, possibly a reel, is that what they call it? When people want to be actor, actress, no idea. Last one here is the blank era, an important period for the People's Republic of China, probably the Mao era, not sure on that one though. All right. Oh, incidentally, I had a student write me an email this morning. This is a Chinese student who wrote, I hope you've had a heavenly weekend. And I've never seen that word used in non-church contexts. A heavenly weekend. And it made me immediately think of the heavenly kingdom that arises in China in this game. So I wonder if he wrote his message in Mandarin and then auto-translated or what exactly. But it was a strange email to get. It made me smile though, and that's all very good. Hey, Tyrion and Rex, my goodness. Thank you for the 5 gift subs to our community. That's super generous, and I really appreciate it. My goodness, your first 5 gift subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dode and Blurry and Lawrence and Juvis and Peabody. Enjoy all of your emotes and crossword watching. Thank you, Tyrion, very much, very much, very much. Okay, so we're trying to get various industries working over in Baja California to make them happy and full of work. I'm not going to subsidize the coffee plantations quite yet. You're very welcome. You love the content. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. I do try my best, of course. It's one of these things where I just show up and say words and hope that people like the words. And if so, that makes me happy. You want to know how long till USA comes asking for the states? So they already demanded part of Oklahoma. I'm not sure how much I'm willing to give up. Like, how far will I cede? We did build additional barracks, and so what's the price of guns now? Still quite low. Man, standard of living is dropping everywhere now. What's wrong with you people? I'm bringing you food. What else do you need but food? The food got even more expensive. All right, gotta import more food again. Hello. We're making no money on these at all, but fine. Do what we can. Clothes also pretty expensive. Yeah, clothes are expensive for just about everybody. We have propertied women. Got an achievement called Vox Populi. More workers, and women can now have possessions instead of being possessions. Good. All right. I am so pleased to see that the PB and the armed forces want the National Guard. The National Guard will make the PB very happy, and the armed forces, good enough. Again, 8% chance to progress. That's brutal. The problem is that the rest of our government is not down with it. What's my current government? Landowners Catholic Church Armed Forces. Okay. If we throw the landowners out of power, what happens? There just aren't very many landowners who are involved in government. Would they radicalize? I don't know. I don't know what's happened to landowners. We'll eventually suppress them, I suspect. But let's see if we get this thing through against the desires of the majority of the government. We'll see. Okay. Making some food, then back to gold mines. Though I think we might be close on infrastructure over here, yeah? We're at 9 of 10. So after the gold mine is made, we then need to get the port, that's Baja California, the port made in California proper. Good. Whoops. Up it goes. Awesome. And we're getting nice bleed over on our construction now. A message from the capital. Satisfied with the state of politics in Mexico and eyeing new opportunities for agitation abroad, Flavio Artista, Arista. I've been saying his name wrong the entire time, and not one of you has corrected me. This is the most glorious day in the Resorty community. Flavio Arista, I want him to be an artist very much, has declared his intention to leave the country, wishing its custodians the best of luck in the years to come. Alright, so Mexico has been reformed to have women, no longer its property. Arista is very pleased. Off he goes. This is the end of history. Thank you, Francis, I appreciate that. We've reached the final form of democrat liberalism. Goodbye! Be seeing you! Farewell! The economy is way up. I don't believe it for a moment. There we go. It's still up a little bit, though. Still up a little bit. Is coffee being exported now? Is that the business here? It's wheat. Coffee is still sitting absolutely dead. I think it's time to build... No, it's not. It could be. Oh, remember? We're currently spending 1,100? Where is it? We're sending money to the farmers. It's not a subsidy. Oh, here it is. The additional expense of 2,000 money for a while longer. It'll go away eventually, but our economy is much, much better. Tyrion, you're currently playing Luxembourg as a struggle. I think I've hardly played anything in Europe in this game so far. Again, Prussia once, Belgium once. That's all I've played in Europe so far. There's so many possible starts in this game, like every Pyrrhus game, of course. It's very easy to imagine starting all of them and seeing what happens. It's a good time. I enjoy it. I wonder if my current trade routes, what's not going so well for the old state. We need those. Iron is how expensive right now? Hello? Still expensive. We are digging up more and more, but we have to continue importing them, unfortunately. We need Admiral for the one boat. It's true. The one boat sits there completely unassisted. We're importing guns. We don't need that now that our arms industry is functional. Many of the other things I think we want to keep going to lower prices. Alright. Need more convoys. California will have convoys presently. More iron mine. More farms. More everything. Good. Let the game run for a moment. Not sure why I've dropped negative 18,000 instead of only negative 2,000. Oh, they're agitators. We have an open agitator slot. Good call. We're looking for someone who wants to enact the current one, which is National Guard. Who wants National Guard? Nobody wants National Guard. Hey, there we go. Gilles Labelit. He is an agitator in general. Reckless traditionalist surveyor, scarred, ambitious with shell shock. He has spent much time on the battlefield, and because of that, he wants other people to go to the battlefield instead. I hope it doesn't cause too many problems, but welcome this general of history. He's authoritarian, and gosh, we are also. Alright, that'll help the National Guard get pushed forward, hopefully soon. He's out there rabbling. Good stuff. A message from the capital. Gilles Laviette, a popular military commander, has begun to challenge the civilian leadership of the armed forces under Sebastian Reyes. These ambitions threaten to expand Cadillo rule to the other sector of society. New martial offensive, civil offices under fire. A peculiar clarion sound this morning as Gilles Laviette announced his intention to, announced his intention to introduce sweeping reforms when the current polity under Sebastian Reyes. Whispers from Mexico City's streets about Sebastian Reyes' leadership have begun cries to step down, rising in chorus with denouncements against Laviette. They want Reyes to step down, but they also do not believe in the other fellow. Trust his heroism. Cadillo entry continues. We must maintain armed force under civilian control. They're both authoritarians. I understand the argument in favor of, in favor of a civilian oversight of the military. We want our military to become the leader of this state. Armed forces, get the general in control. Pig based on hat. The pickle haba versus the top hat. We love it. Finnish mass immigration. People from Finland are coming down to Guerrero. I like it a lot. The more pragmatically minded people of the intelligentsia oppose the passive National Guard have offered to change their stance if they get concessions. That said, the PB would not like that. We can deal with that for sure. So pass that bill. Good. The Comanche have made a play against us. We had an achievement called Poor Huddled Masses. Probably for our first import. The Comanche have risen up against us. I'm so sorry, little friends. All right. March in that military forward. Who's in charge? The hero of our party. I'm going to mobilize first from Dixie and get marching on up. Away. We throw the Comanche away. I can order the general to move on forward. He's already doing that. Sehr gut. The National Guard movement disbanded. Wonder why. The Corsican mass immigration. Corsican people are migrating from France to Nevada. I have no infrastructure in Nevada. Please stop coming here. We don't want you to live here. Not even a little bit. Oh no. All right, the Welsh people are moving to Texas. Please bring along a football club. I'd appreciate it very much. I don't want to be anti-immigrant, but I do feel very much that we don't have the infrastructure for all these people right now. Full mobilization. Let's get moving forward, please and thanks. There they go. Let's ignore this part. Is the U.S. helping? On the fence. We could invite Russia to join us. The U.S. has dropped out. We'll be just fine. Just look away. It's not happening. Where's colonialism not happening right now? Hello, Russia. No colonies here. Everyone's glad to be part of the nation, I'm sure. Everybody loves the Tsar. All right. More ports, more good. I said last time I'm interested in potentially having furniture manufacturing because California gets a bunch of big wood. Logging industry, more wood, more good. But I haven't made any furniture manufacturers yet. Just trying to get people with some food. Standard of living dropping again. And more population with less grain. The National Guard policy fell behind. Now only 14. We're going to war with the Comanche. How's that going to work out, my friends? Don't want to look too closely at this thing. We'll stay there for a moment. Darby Cap, thanks for the subscription, my friend. Hurricane Barrel's coming for the coast. Oh yeah, good call. If anyone lives in this territory, I'm hoping it goes well for you. I know there's a big old storm coming. Yeah, hopefully you're in good shape and have food and water and so on. And thanks for being with us. And hopefully we can keep you company. I went very quickly. We now know the shell gun. We need the artillery foundry made. We only have the fancy normal guns right now. There's so much we need. Our poor little nation here. Hey, Baja California's fixed its economy. Texas is having problems, though. Texas has a bunch of ports. So Texas probably just needs more food. So much arable land. It's absolutely absurd. Maybe for the rest of today's playthrough, railroads! Never mind. I was going to say for the rest of today's playthrough, we should absolutely just build farms. Like, nothing allowed but farms all the way through. But with the railroad, we can fix our internal infrastructure. But I think the railroad requires like a motor industry, and we don't have that either. There's so much we do not have. Over here in Agricultureville, how long did it take for better fertilizer? 11 years. The Steam Donkey, 10 years. All right, we gotta be in the line above, unfortunately. 1 or 2 boilers almost finished. Will help with that one. But our poor farms. Do we have any fertilizer out already? We don't. if we go to this, fertilizer becomes so incredibly expensive that the price of grain drops. Only 2 boats right now. I believe it's the case that my ports... Now, I guess ports don't need workers. Is that true? Yeah, ports just get convoys automatically. Good to know. Show me the market once more. Man, sugar is not exporting well. I believe it's quite cheap here also. Not super cheap, actually. We're making a little bit extra. Okay, I'm going to get rid of that for right now. And then see, is there a better place to export sugar to right now? Nope. Question, how much do you want to lose there? Brutal. We don't need more clothes. I also wanted to get more something else. What was it? What was it? Fertilizer! How expensive is fertilizer right now? If I wanted to buy any of that. It's a good... We may not be consuming any yet, so it may not be showing up here. Yep. Not quite yet, unfortunately. Any motor industries for steel, for engines? Oh yeah, we need absolutely everything. This economy is trying its best. But wouldn't it be nice just to have a whole bunch of farms? Farms plus Russia caring for us. That's all I really want, actually. Alright, people with low standard of living get a farm. You get a farm, and you get a farm, and you get a farm. Texas already marked farms, correct? I did, good. Now, Veracruz is struggling again. The farm is fully hired. Clothes may be the issue. Gotta get more clothes made. For now, though, how about more farms? We are building wood right now. I want that for furniture eventually. No more gold in Sonora. Sonora, I believe, is on the west side of the nation. And it's right there, good. How's your infrastructure? You got lots left. I bring you more gold mines. A National Guard has moved again positively. We love that. Philly Bomb, thanks for the Prime sub. Thank you everyone for the generosity today. Really glad you're enjoying hanging out with me on a, Sunday evening for many of you. Hopefully you're feeling good about the week ahead. I gotta teach today, but good seeing you for sure. The Lats have come from Russia to Veracruz. Estonian people are coming to Mexico. Why are you all coming here? I have nothing for you. We have no food. There are no jobs. We're trying our best, but man alive. How do I compare Victoria 3 to EU? I've only played a little bit of EU. My standard answer, though, is that EU is even less roleplay. So in EU, it's very, very repetitive on the events, in my view. The characters are not filled out at all. And so it is the case that, yeah, EU is even more economy-focused than this game is, but I enjoy it quite a bit. I enjoy Victoria quite a bit. Mineral fields of Sonora have been drained. Do we force people to stay here? No, we don't. We got a bunch of immigrants recently. Good. A lot of arable lands, lots of migration attraction. Yeah, I just need to get the farms actually made. They're coming. They're coming. How's the US doing? Still belligerence. Oh my goodness. 39 plus 310. We're gonna get destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. How's Spain feeling to me now? We good? Feeling pretty friendly still. Feeling genial. Last time we looked, they would not give us a defensive pact by a very small amount. Negative 25 still. Yep. Our military's gotten bigger since last time we looked, but not much to say there. That's fine. That's fine. I can stay at speed 4 for a while. Tooling workshops, because tools are very expensive, correct? Yes. Crazy expensive, despite some imports. Up to 8 ships again. So, what is far too expensive currently? I mean, I think clothes is the answer. Yeah, we currently use about double the clothes that we currently produce. So, Russia brings me some great, can't afford the French one right now, crooked connections. Frustrated with the lengthy legal process surrounding the National Guard, the leader of the armed forces has offered to improve things by utilizing personal connections. The intelligentsia get a little bit cranky. We'll lose our migration attraction. We're due by the book or not at all. So faster enactment time, or instead a little slower enactment time. I'll take the little slower enactment time. Gotta keep the professors with me. If I have to go to the faculty lounge and listen to them complain, I'm just not sure what I'd do. Tools and grain, tools and grain. A story's been making it around and people in Nevada are living beyond their means. Please stop that. I can't give you nice things. There's absolutely nothing there for you to buy or use. It's just gold mines and just gold mines. So we need the railroad here, but the landowners are powerful. Landowners have dropped their power. The church is big powerful. Armed forces have climbed a little bit. Landowners that are weakening. Thank goodness for that. Oops. They're up to 3 convoys. If we trade with the US or Great Britain, that'd be fine. Iron and Nevada, need the railroad first. Right now we're just trying to get a whole bundle of tools and farms. Tools and farms, what we need. So I can see what Britain does not need or might have for cheap right now. Let's see. They say these are my current trade routes, all unproductive. Nothing good from Britain at all. Yeah, we gotta get to making some ships. We gotta get to making more iron. Oh, the economy is far too dependent, unfortunately. Brutal, brutal, brutal. Alright, so what do you have that's real cheap? Coffee, that's no good. Sugar, no good. Luxury clothes, actually. We do have some desires for those. We're already importing luxury goods. Well, that's that. That's that. You can add a consumption tax on luxury clothing. Is that just the same thing as here? Yeah. So luxury clothes would give us only a little bit of money. Grain's the big one, of course. Clothes are big, but you don't want to tax things that the poor folks are using. At least not right now. As these tooling workshops come in, we'll see what the price of iron does. I worry it may get more expensive. If the price of tools drops substantially, though, then we can turn on precision tool use somewhere. I can't remember where it is. That'll give us even more. We tax luxury clothes will reduce demand, but the fancy people aren't using it. The fancy people, or say only fancy people are using luxury clothes, and their standard of living is actually not that good. Actually not that good at all. They want wine, they want transportation. Some people are starving. Other people want fancier clothes. Oh, the wealthy. Oh, the wealthy. I think I have vineyards being made somewhere. I bought California, big cranky. They have 1 infrastructure slot open. They are hiring in the wheat farms. Actually, fully hired there, it looks like. Almost fully. Grain is too expensive still. Everybody's hiring, because we imported Latvians, I believe. Birth rate's going up, good. More farms for you also. I'd like to get through this playthrough without violently suppressing any of my people. A large portion of our Australia playthrough was just endlessly beating up on folks, but I'd like not to do that too much, if possible. Of our political lobbies, the Mexican-French Society's happy, Mexican-Russian Society's happy, the Anti-American League is not happy. There's nothing I can do towards the Americans, though. They're too powerful for the moment, at least. Who's the president? Arthur Marmaduke. He's a slaver in the presidency. Oh boy, oh boy. Their slavery rule is still legacy slavery. It's 1853, and a slaver's in the Oval Office. Or I guess in 53 that's not true. A slaver is running the... What year was the White House constructed with the Oval Office? Actually not sure on that. I thought it was more recent, but perhaps not. the so-called West Wing, I guess. Who knows, who knows? I'm sure Google knows. Look, food in Utah. Do you have infrastructure, please? I didn't even look. Oh, so much. Everyone's starving. The upper class are the priests right now. There are aristocrats. They have very plain clothing on, but silver maces. We love it. Original was burned in 1812. Yeah, I know that part. You know, Dolly Madison saves the portrait of Washington. Yeah. Oval House was built in 1909. Okay, whenever the West Wing is built, I'm guessing the West Wing was not part of the original construction. So 1909. El Salvadoran people are going to Nevada. Why? I know there's gold there, but there's not much else. Texas is now a proper state. Texas' hat is missing, but that's okay. Good old Texas. Good call. We could incorporate states also. We do have the bureaucracy for some of them, I think. So Utah is not incorporated. Get to it. Yeah, I think it's any state that you don't fully hold, maybe? Not sure how that works exactly, but yeah, I want to incorporate them as we can. Help the standard of living. They feel like they're part of us. France has taken Netherlands' debt. What are the Dutch doing wrong? Dutch friends, what are you doing? Part of the Zulverian power block. Prussia leads that thing. Oh, exciting. Constitutional monarchy. They're giving all the money to the king, possibly. When are we fighting the Yankees? Absolutely never. The goal is to fight them, but they're so much stronger than we are right now. At some level, I'm not quite sure what I will do to get stronger than them, other than just make friends with people nearby. The current hope is the British do not hate us forever. They're domineering such and so's. And I need 300 friendship points to try to make things nicer. Currently neutral, though. Earlier, they thought of us as a natural subject. Now they think of us as being an independent nation, at least. Thank goodness for that. Adrian Veidus has been exiled from France. He's a rural folk who wants the national militia. Now, we're going National Guard, unfortunately. 44% chance of passing it through, and the water tube boilers are ready. Let's go military for a moment. What's over here? We still have only one one ship, so we're probably going to ignore that portion of the Navy upgrades. They want field works. Go ahead and dig on in, get more army defense. That'll be good when the US comes calling. Alright, the tool makers have been made. Tools are no longer crazily expensive. So, in our buildings that use tools, we probably want to step up. Now, I do see that our bakery is using the same amount of grain as usual. It's consuming sugar. We have a lot of sugar still. Right. Textile mills, dye workshops do not take tools. They do take dye. Dye is currently very, very cheap. We don't have enough dye plantations. Alright, in furniture. Fancy tools being used. Tools get more expensive, but more furniture. It comes to a reasonable price, finally. Water tube boiler, more tools, they get more expensive. I believe the tool factories are gradually coming online still. Is that true? Is that true? They're fully employed. We could give them water boilers. Coal is still a reasonable price, but we're gonna need more coal mines. Definitely. Alright. Need more tooling workshops, need more coal mines, need more food. Give, me. I want. Lisco is slow construction because of mountains. I guess the advantage, or the right thought might be to ignore building in Mexico and instead head up to the non-desertific, non-mountainous part of I almost call it the U.S. No, of rightful Mexican land, obviously. But I just want Mexico to be strong. That's all we want. If we have strong Mexico, and then if we lose the states here, that's potentially okay. But Show me prices. Tools are more expensive. Grain is still really expensive. That's why we're doing the farms. There they are. At the bottom of that list, I'm going to put additional tooling workshops. And still a bunch of job seekers. Infrastructure to loan our capital. We got to fix that. For that, though, we need our first railroads. All right. Might move to the top here. Railroad number 1. A lower transportation a bit. How long does it take to make the first railroad? 32 weeks. Ooh-wee. New journal entry called Branching Out. Provide rail transportation for the industries. Need a bunch of railroads for that. Also need motor industries. Also need everything else, unfortunately. Furthermore, the peasants want to work. Gosh, I swear I'm working on it. We're about 20% or so into our debt. That said, line goes up in fits and starts. The line goes up. What do we see in comparative GDP? Quebec is doing crazily well. Pennsylvania and New York are doing even better, though. Good job, Lower Canada. Very proud of you. We see we can export fruit, sugar. We got pharmaceuticals. More health if we want to. Now, we're very low on bureaucracy right now because we're incorporating states. How much would it cost to move to higher level of healthcare? Huh. I thought it would show up there. Anyway, it's me or them. Anastasio Bustamante, the leader of the landowners, has had more than enough of compromise with coalition partners. He's demanded that collaborators follow his order, or the landowners will never approve changes. That's what leaders are for, right? I lead, you follow. Sounds rather simple to me. If they wanted to lead, they could have been leaders themselves, but I guess no one else thought they could. It's my way or the highway. I like that. I like the idea of building highways through the landowner's land. Perfect. I'm glad you support eminent domain. That is ridiculous. We ignore the landowners, they become a tiny bit crankier, and he personally becomes less popular. Or we like the landowners. The armed forces and the Catholics get angry, but he gets more popularity. You will find the highway, my friend. Unfortunately. The lenient Mexican immigration system has been attracting people from everywhere. Adrian Voidi has joined us. He wants part of the national militia. I kind of want that also after the National Guard. So welcome, my friend. We'll see how this goes. But then, the populist base of the rural folk has turned against supporting foreign entanglements. They've distanced themselves from the anti-American leagues. Mexicans work for Mexico. No foreign entanglements, no foreign treaties. Though I want the anti-American league around, I cannot do anything to help them. We could rival them, I suppose. No, we can't actually, because they're a great power and we're a minor power. So, that's fine. Go away. 25 weeks on the railroad. So I think part of the concern of the Richie Riches is a lack of railroads. Yes. They also want more wine. I may be exporting wine right now. Am I? I am importing. I'm exporting liquor. Wine I'm also exporting. We're making 21 money on it. I'm going to get rid of that one to help the rich folks gain more standard of living because they're very close to their expectation. The lower class. Oh, the lower class. 2 spare ships, definitely not enough to bring more grain in. Could build more ports possibly. Should probably go ahead and begin building railroads in Nevada also. Bring in all the inner territory possibly. Hey Gyros, have I ever tried the China playthrough? I have not. I've enjoyed the Heavenly Kingdom, ate all of it. Well done to the Heavenly Kingdom. Jesus' brother is running the show. We'll see how long that continues. Wow. Wow. So is the China playthrough like pretty well developed? Because I'm still waiting for more development on the Japanese playthrough before I play that one, but fancy, fancy, fancy. Did Russia eat Persia? Looking pretty tasty. Looking like it made it into a, yeah, it is currently being dominated by good old Russia. Good job, Russia. Maybe we can sell things to China. Possibly. I just don't have that many possible exports. Oh, I do, though. I have dyes and guns and glass, apparently. Hello. Do you want to buy some stuff? Let's see. What is very expensive where you live? Things I cannot help with. Someone's got oil already. There's accursed whalers. Oh, tools. Tools are pretty expensive. They're pretty expensive for me also, though. We could import silk for fancy clothing. They have sugar like we do, unfortunately. They have tea instead of coffee. Do I have cargo ports in my ports yet? Oh, that's a good question. I probably don't. I probably left them at the starting level. Ports. Cargo ports cost more ships. We have no ships. It might get very expensive. We'll see, we'll see. So Mexico's railroad's almost done. Zacatecas. Where is that? Is it close to, you know, Texas? This is one of the states I don't know yet. This will be the last one I look at. Yucatan. Huh. Must have missed it. We'll find this thing. Z. We can go find it the other way, of course, there it is. Hello! You need a railroad also. People expanding too much. The Japanese shogunate has accepted British investment rights in Japan. Wow. Wow. They're disinterested towards us. They're trying to industrialize and modernize while maintaining the shogunate. I wish you the best of luck. You have so many peasants. 6.76 million peasants. The railroad's on, but gosh, we have no engines being made. Where could I import them? Or we can get our first motor industry. We also need steel. I think for right now, importing is the way to go. They're expensive. They're very expensive. We'll look at our exports in a second here. Anybody want coffee? Maybe pushed import there. I did. Nobody wants coffee. Anybody wants, I don't know. Anybody want some glass? Not sure why I'm making that, but nobody wants glass. How about some dyes? Anybody want dyes? I could start using dyes for fancy clothing, possibly. You could use a cuppa. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pass it through the internet. And that's all we got right now. We're rich now. We can build more construction. I worry about interest. As always, I worry about interest getting worse. That said, the time modifier is another. It doesn't say how much longer this is, does it? No, it's just the case we're still submitting all of our money. Sending all our money to Java, unfortunately. Maybe more down in the south. Yeah, the rich right now thing is when the game stops building something, there's a brief moment of sending all of the... Something changes. Where construction stops, you swing very positive on money. I'm not sure why. It's very annoying, though. The National Guard is sitting in deadlock still. The armed forces would like the rural folk to help out. If we bring them on in, the rural folk get more attraction. I mean, they're pretty small right now. I mean, pretty non-powerful. They're not small, though. Slander the opposition. Better chance of passing or forge ahead without them. Nah, we'll invite the rural folk to help us. Also, we see here a bit of a play. So, the British are being attacked by the USA to throw the British back over to England. Taking us a little bit of, what's it called? British Guatemala. Also taking a few of the other powers here as puppets instead. I don't have a defensive pact. They're not attacking Guatemala, which is the one that I'm protecting, but that sure is something. That sure is something. Taking Belize. Okay. So the US is trying a bit of squeeze play. That's so though, Belgium is helping Great Britain. Do I help Britain? I only have 16 battalions. If I help Britain, it weakens slows the US's expansionism. But I'm really, really weak. Yeah, unfortunately they won't give me something. They won't give me anything if I help them. As of right now, they're both uncertain. If I join in, there's a possibility. They only have 39 battalions plus a ton of conscripts. I need to stay out of this thing. This thing right now, just not the right call. We've got a bunch of ships. We're over on bureaucracy expense right now. Possibly due to imports. Let's see. Yeah, the cursed trains. Cursed trains. The sugar export's not working. I believe we're exporting anyway just to keep the sugar industry functional. Yeah. Importing wood is going very, very well. I'm not sure. Just need more building. Alright, so we need one factory for engines. We want one steel mill also. One steel mill. One fertilizer plant would be good also. One motor industry. One fertilizer plant. We then need more iron, most likely. Hey, we'll look at it. I played Manor Lords. Really enjoyed it. Yep, played it when I went to 1.0. We'll probably play it again in the future, but I'm not quite sure when. Okay, we've made a whole bunch of farms already. We're gonna need to make even more of them, because all those farms, the poor are still struggling. We're also importing more. Who's having the worst standard of living right now? Texas. We are currently building a farm in Texas. They have sufficient infrastructure. They have sulfur but no iron. We're seeing hiring done. The maize farms are having trouble hiring because of wage issues. I think they'll figure it out. I want to build even more farms. Now, what else can Mexico eventually make here? Sorry, Texas make here. Cotton and sugar. Cotton will be very useful. Got to get those arable lands producing straight away. The National Guard has failed again. It's sitting at voting for quite a while now. It's going to get through, though. Don't you worry. What are our journal entries currently? Steam engines and branching out. Yeah. More coal needed, unfortunately. And it looks like someone backed down. Is that not true? No, they're actively fighting. Just the amount of play is no longer going. I didn't join into it, of course. Maybe someday we will. Okay. I believe that all of my administrative buildings are already on paper. So as population goes up, we're going to need to have more bureaucracy. Probably worth adding another administrative building somewhere. Possibly in the capital. Now we're building also gold mines in Sonora. They have the infrastructure for it, but they have a terrible, terrible quality of life here. The fieldworks are done! More army defense with no modification of anything. Let's get the percussion cap. Anything to strengthen our military right now. We have very few universities. Also, the government has lost legitimacy. I don't know what happened there. if we reform the government, the best would be the church instead of the landowners, the PB. That government is legitimate at least, and the military is still in power is what we need most of all. Okay. Hooray for a new government. Goodbye, landowners. Probably do not appreciate being thrown out. We definitely need more clippers also. Oh no! The general who led the military has died. Next up then is Pablo Pineda. He's a persistent commander, so nothing terribly helpful here. Luckily he's in the government, which leads to lowered opposition interest group approval. I think that means if he's in the opposition, he has a lower approval. He's in the government though, that's fine. So really no benefit to his being in charge there. Maybe universities, I agree. We need more of everything though. I mean, the economy is building. It is building, the line is going up very, very slowly, but everyone's illiterate. It's all horrible. Guatemala has very high rates of literacy by comparison. The accursed US with their books, their Noah Webster. What's happening with y'all? If we can just get the price of food down. Just get the price of food down, be amazing. Okay. Still too expensive. Clippers are expensive. Tools are expensive. So clippers can't go in the city. I guess Texas will get its first port building. Or is that? I think it's an urban building. The shipyard, possibly. Clippers are standard ships. That'll make 35 of them. For a moment, they were showing over by a huge amount. Not quite sure. Universities, unfortunately, do not feed the people. The problem with philosophy is it makes no bread. We have the National Guard that went through. We can get a bunch more battalions. Awesome. We don't have the bureaucracy to support that, but we can make a ton more troops now. And also some good content we want to. Show me the numbers. Our nation is 16 plus 0 still. I think I'll flip over at the end of the month. We may have enough military or soon enough to fight the US of A. Oh boy! The USA is invading Canada, my friends. What's going on here? What's going on with you? I think there's invading as part of this war. I don't think they have any particular targeting. It's exactly that. That said, the British are actually winning this thing. They're partially not fighting in the actual war goal. But good job, Britain. Hold out longer. And then weaken them. Need a new loss. Nope. Need a new law, not a new loss. Oh goodness, oh goodness, oh goodness. Alright, I want to stay with the oligarchy for now. Gotta keep that military in power. Does the military want a different form though? The military actually wants landed voting. I need you to vote for the military, unfortunately. So landed voting, the trade unions don't like. That's fine, they're pretty weak right now. The military also like the autocracy. Gives more authority. We're not using all of our authority right now, though. More legitimacy for having the head of state and government. That's fine. Do we want to go hard into strongman? Is the question. We can change from agrarianism to interventionism also on the economy. What's that give? More dividend. Better private construction. Unfortunately. But at 50% half as much. It's actually the same. Okay. So, a bunch of people want interventionism. We can't nationalize for free. So will we be a strongman with the corporation supporting us? Give better dividend efficiency. We don't have that much right now, but it will give more. Alright, we're going interventionism. Making the economy powered by the state. Cool. The industrials appreciate that they're getting more power, more power. Hey, finally the church's not angry with me. They're very angry that I changed some law earlier. Can't recall what it was. Alright, to the capital once more. We're gonna need more government administration buildings. More paper. It's only 16 weeks. So long, though. Still so long. And gold mines are nationalized. Makes sense to maximize dividends. Makes sense. Makes sense. The gold mines are still ours. Very intelligent. Mexico is privatizing Guatemalan paper mills. We are stealing from the economy of Guatemala. That's just fine. Agitator really wants national militia. I think no one in government actually wants that. Let's see if that's true. I know that the military does not want that. It's desired by the trade unionists and the rural folk. And the rural folk are in government, I believe. Is that true? That is not true. I don't think anybody wants it. Though there is the rabble here. So we can try to pass it because of the rabble. Oh boy, what's happening here? Got some diplomatic fun between the Radical Mesquita and Normal Mesquita. They're a puppet of the British. They're part of the U.S. war. Oh boy, battle in Canada, won by the Americans again. Oh, it looks terrible, isn't it? At least on my screen, it looks very upsetting. It's flashing weirdly. Here's the battle. USA, USA. Unfortunate. What's happening in Europe and Asia? The Heavenly Kingdom won. And, I mean, Russia ate Persia. It was pretty standard past that. Bavaria's hanging out. Prussia's trying to march through, but no, pretty standard so far. Nothing too surprising. That said, none of that matters. All that matters is this border right here. Pushing back against it gradually. Is paper already expensive? It is not. Okay, I believe that tools just moved to a reasonable price. What does coal look like? I'm trying to see if I can industrialize further. Guns are not super cheap. Dyes are. So changing over clothes production to use dyes would probably be smart. Price of, looking for coal. Coal's pretty expensive. All right. How about Too Hot for You? You're new here. Welcome aboard. Besides Vicky, 3 other games do I play. Hey chat, what games do I play? Put games in channel that you've seen me play at least more than once. May I ask if I figured out how to display things you manufacture in your country? So we're playing as our own market this time, so it's much, much easier. As of right now, everything on the market is mine. Yes, thank you for the names. Thank you for the names. RimWorld, Paradox Games, Warhammer 3, all true. World of Warcraft? don't you say that. Don't you say it or I'll do it. You can't stop me playing World of Warcraft. No, mostly any strategy game. A lot of base builders for a while. Raid Shadow Legends? Absolutely. I play that game every single day. Make sure you sign up and get a big bonus for sure. That's what you need. Alright, getting our first steel mill going pretty soon. I know I need to cheapen coal also. So we can change over to the condensing engine pump. This raises the price of tools barely. So though tools are not extremely expensive, they're fairly close to extremely expensive. We need more tools. We'll get that going pretty soon. I need more coal mines. So, where can coal mines go that have lots of job seekers? Texas, still lots of job seekers. Oaxaca the same. What's your infrastructure, please? Is it sensible enough? Not a lot, but some. So we'll add a few more there. You got 2 more. Good. Was in the game Hexarchy? I don't think so. Uh-oh, New York's being attacked by the British. Everyone's exhausted. General Adam Thompson's defeating General Neil McCartney. Despite the amazing beard, he could not do terribly much. There's peace between the British and the United States. The British held off, and so somehow Britain still holds their Central American territories. I'm actually amazed. I thought the US would win that easily, given the majority of the British forces are elsewhere. The US never made a move down here, though. And I do wonder if I gotten invited, or involved rather, what would have happened, but I stayed out of it, and that's okay. Okay. Every time I look up here, the number is lower. It's just the green, unfortunately. Why is the British flag what it is? I believe they're an autocracy instead of a parliamentary government. Is that right? They have a monarchy plus the autocracy. Yeah, no parliament anymore. It's just King Albert running the show. Good old Albert. Friends, it's been another hour though. Been live now for 2.5 hours. Time for a quick little break. 3 minutes of crossword for every 57 minutes of video gaming. Good, 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 good. So, let's get some more crossword going and see what happens. All right. The down years federal judges, for example, I mean, they have life terms. They're approved by the Senate. Not sure. Faded out. So waned out. That's not anything at all. Faded out. Baby blank, a skin condition for roughly 20% of newborns. I know nothing of babies. Pizzazz. Anything with an O. Pizzazz. Being kind of fancy. Unsure. Not so gregarious. Well, greedy. Gregarious means talkative. Shy, quiet, timid. There we go. Billy's partner in crime in Scream. Never seen it. A certain lift at the gym. Well, there's a squat. There's a press. There's a what's the other one? Deadlift. There are like arm things. Novel development. Probably arcs, like narrative arcs. A part of a pump organ. I don't know. Like a crank thing? Pedals? Exercise wheel habitu. Is that like habitat for an exercise wheel? Might be inside of like a hamster cage. Maybe it's a person who is the user. Darn my lack of French. Unsure. Posts. Posts can be like jobs, positions, markers. Not sure. Novel developments. Great. So novel here could be just new developments as opposed to inside of a book. Innovations. Fort Blank, the New Mexico town with a Billy the Kid museum. So Warren Zevon, the singer-songwriter, has a number of songs about Billy the Kid. I'll need to sing through the entirety of one of them to figure out where he probably died. I know he fought on the side of the Civil War's Southerners, not sure. A blues singer, Washington, no idea. They're not very Catholic, so Catholic meaning universal here. So people who are localists, nationalists, and I'm not sure if anything is right in this puzzle, by the way. It might all be wrong. Rough up. To beat up, to mar, to make a mess of, to harm, not sure. 100%. Oh! 100%. One's full effort, not sure. Hang low. Hang low is probably SAG. Blyton of children's literature. I think there's a Nellie Blyton. I think that's wrong, actually. Smooches. Could be a kiss, XOXO. Enjoy ramen, perhaps. We slurp our ramen. So I think that shares is definitely right. Proceed. So come before. Be the what's it called? Descendant and ancestor of. March in front of. Lead. Call me Blank Garçon. Fashion label founded by Ray Kawakubo. Unsure. A nickname is an alternative to Lex. So Alexi instead. So Lex is short for Alexander, I believe. So we put an I there. A Y there? An I there? Unsure. All right. Plumed military hat. plumed military hat. Unsure. Athena's shield is an AEGIS, a former Asian capital whose name means capital city. I have no idea. So is Seoul a former capital city? I think it's currently the capital city. Is it Kyoto? Does Kyoto mean capital city? I have no idea. Also, I love pointing out every single time, Kyoto and Tokyo are anagrams. The first time I discovered that, I was so pleased. Anyway, we made some progress, kind of. Then we added 2 that I'm pretty sure about. Whichever way, back to that in 1 hour's time. For now, we return to staring at Mexico. Kyoto was purpose-built as a capital? I did not know that. I did not know that, actually. Yeah, I know some of its history, but not nearly enough. Okay. The bourgeoisie would like racial segregation. What's our current law in Ray? People not like me. Alright, it's a step in the direction to the ethno-state. So cultural exclusion allows a happier attitude towards non-Mexicans. We've had a whole bunch of migration already. I need to continue migration, or else we're going to have some problems with industrializing. So gotta say no on that one. I'm terribly sorry. I can say we'll see what we can do. No. Or I can say the present situation does not allow for this. We lose some legitimacy and the PB gets a little angry. They're still happy enough. So no. No, no, no. Are we actually positive on money? I believe we're actually positive on money. Now, I kind of want to ruin that immediately by making a whole bunch of construction sectors. But if we could actually stay positive on money, we can pay out the debt and get rid of the interest payments for a while. Very cool. I have no idea what I built to help with that. Probably the railroad. Discord among the landowners. They're unhappy the landowners are neutral in interventionism. I can bring them on in. The landowners become weaker. We get a 15% chance of success. Or make the industrialists stronger. I mean, the industrialists are all about what I'm doing right now, so sure. We get a little bit less enactment chance, but the landowners become substantially weaker. Good, good, good. All right, with the price of tools being expensive still, I think we just want to bring in even more tool making. Did I mark that already or no? No, absolutely not. Surprised also the price of paper is not that expensive, but that's okay. All right, tool workshops are struggling outside of the capital. So into the capital they go once more. Why is the plus not working? There it is, just a little bit slow. All right, first steel coming in. The price of iron may end up getting expensive here in a moment. Zacatecas, I believe we established, is landlocked, just north of Mexico City, yeah. So more roads here possibly. Are tools being imported or exported? I believe imported. Let's check and make sure on that. Tools imported from the US and from Britain. Yep, it's all for right now. And from France. We're bringing in tools from everywhere. A message from France! France would like to have a trade agreement with us. I mean, I know I'm importing things, but making anyone not America like me, I'll accept. As long as they don't try to force me into a power group. Leave me alone. As this is Russia. So Russia is currently feeling like they might be able to force me in. But predicting, when does predicted happen? Huh? It's like at the end of the month? At the end of the year? Gotta leave Russia alone though. Do I have steel construction yet? I do not. Yep, nor do I have anything I can use for it. We gotta go slowly on this. I think when I moved to my Australia playthrough to steel production or steel consumption is way too early, and the economy never quite recovered from it. So slow little building, good seeing the numbers all being green for a while. We have more than enough bureaucracy now. Institutions are all level 1. We don't need colonialization. I'm not doing a colonial playthrough. We could push law enforcement, lowering turmoil levels and fewer radicals. I am going to push that for now, because we do have substantial radicalization still. I swear we're working on it, but slow going. We just need more farms, more farms. So agriculture throughput's higher in California than elsewhere. I think additional farms and vineyards would be good. So more farms. The fist clenches. Mexico has become fully immersed in caudillo politics. The fate of the nation is governed by the whims of the armed forces. But mama, what about the parade in Mexico? Will you be there in time to see Alfonso? Seems I'll never finish the story. Fine, yes, I promise you'll be there on time. What will you do if you cannot march with your brother when you grow up? Milk cows? Mama, I know Barragan will have me. I'm going to be strong for Mexico. The sword is mightier than the pen. The military takes over our nation forever. The most important part of that is we should be able to maintain El Buen Jefe all the way through. We try to be the good chief as best we can. It's all pretty nice. We did put more tooling workshops in, more coal mines. We don't need the administration building urgently anymore. The shipyards of Texas, I believe, are not urgent. Yeah, they're not urgent, so I'll move that down also. Everything else is relatively urgent, especially more food. Bring that in after the motor industries are done. Okay. Grassroots support of the law. Lower class suddenly want interventionism. Absolutely. Absolutely. Up to 40%. Gonna get even more money coming in. Did the US declare war on us yet? Nope. Never, ever, ever. Mother Russia is protecting us. I worry they may try to force it into their power block. Oh, Vassalization 3. Oh, we saw Vassalization 3 in our Australia playthrough. It makes so much money move from the subjects to the ruler. It is absolutely terrible. The worst thing in the world. The ruin of the Australia playthrough. As always, I'm thinking about building one more construction sector. Now that we're over 10,000, I feel okay about doing that. I believe Jalisco has production of iron and such there, but the upkeep is very similar regardless. Up we go. Up we go. So you will get made, I guess, first. Gotta go fast like Sonic. And all that bleed over also. Oh, feeling good to have a pretty strong economy this early. Now, pretty strong in some sense. Let's not get too far. We're not even at 10 million. Yeah, but it's going faster. Like in the past little bit, as you see, our very slow up and down has become a little bit more straight up. Heading to exponential growth. If only, if only, if only. 15th strongest GDP. 94th per capita. Yeah, it's the little capital having tons of economy and nobody else having any. Oh no! Alright, so the US wants something now. What does the US want? Texas and Utah and Arizona and Colorado. Why did someone bring up in chat, has the US attacked me? Alright, so Mother Russia may come help us. Guatemala may also. I haven't assigned any conscripts yet, have I? Okay. Nor have I made enough military buildings. Do I send all of the men of Mexico to die for Texas? What do they want to take again? They're cocky against me. Texas, Utah, Arizona, Colorado. So they're not taking California or Nevada or New Mexico. It's up to here, roughly, they want. Remember the Alamo? We already won in Texas once. I don't know, friends. I don't know if I made a tremendous mistake here. Bring me artillery! Bring me conscripts. Mexico proper has the most conscripts, of course. Texas has one. Cool. Bring me lancers! The lack of population over the capital, unfortunate. The Army of Mexico is needed as well. So... push military production to the top. I believe we may be importing some weapons from the US. Yeah, we'll fight through it. We'll fight through it. We'll see what happens. Okay, I need to produce more things. Upgrade everything. Demobilize everyone. I don't know for how long. Does it show me how long the upgrade takes? Well, we'll see. Upgrading during war, probably not ideal. We'll see what we can do, though. Alright. Try to make more things more quickly. Pretty fast. Awesome, thank you. So, just... more irregulars needed. How large can this army be? Hello, General. You're getting promoted at least once. 16 to 30. Up you go. It's gonna be so bad. It's gonna be so bad. we're gonna lose terribly. Everyone becomes infantry for right now. We got on the bottom here. We'll give them more artillery. Give them a few lancers. And then just more infantry for the last little bit. Will Russia save us is the only question I'm actually asking right now. What are my war goals? I must add for something. Make them ban slavery. Not yes. Not yet. That's the big goal to play through. Give me the Indian territory. No. So, what is this thing here? That's a bit of New Mexico and a bit of Arizona. They're not showing here. So what is it instead? Liberate country? No. Return state? Hey, there we go. Alright. Give me all of these things. They're all for me. Mine, all mine, all mine. Now to win this thing, I got no idea what we need to do. Absolutely no idea what we need to do. So Texas is the primary war goal. Looks good. Make them all primary. More infamy, that's fine. Okay. As for war operations also, very good call. Very good call. If they dare fight me, they better give me their economy. Awesome. Add to the main goal. Let's take their capital. I'm not sure what I gotta do. We're probably just gonna lose, but I sort of try my best. Okay. So Russia will come help us. The Army of the USA, led by Abraham Lincoln? What, you're not good enough to go fight the Civil War? Instead, you're fighting me? You got some slavery in your nation, good old Honest Abe? Oh. Oh. Is Russia in any wars right now? No, they're not. They got a bunch of battalions, no conscripts. They are #1 in the world. We'll see. Okay, I believe I marked everyone to conscript. Now, we need more generals here, or to upgrade you some more. Emmanuel Gerarte, from the Catholic Church. Cautious pillager of syphilis and expensive tastes. What is wrong with you? You're not a good general. You're a terrible general. Would more war goals make it harder for Russia to help? I don't think so. We have a defensive pact, so there's no one from the military who wants to fight right now. That said, defensive strategist with adamant defense. You, my friend, will probably end up running this thing. For now, everyone's on advance. The adamant defense instead. Everybody move defensive right now. You, my friend, promote also. Okay. Do we just wait for troops? There are no more current conscripts. We can raise after we've mobilized. Begin the mobilization. Begin the conscripts. More war goals have been added. And Russia wants a state in the Caucasus. So Russia's going to war somewhere else. Russia? Russia? They want New Mexico and Nevada now. They don't want California yet. The Columbia District has decided to have bad relations with me. What's the Columbia District, incidentally? Donde está you? Oh, it's the British market. It's these people here, I think. Wait, where are you? Colombia. It's up in Canada. Oh, okay, it's this one. They're getting cranky while the Americans are also. Any possibility of France or Spain coming to help real quick? So now we're in a war. It's only negative 30 there. How about Spain? Negative 33. Y'all allegedly like me, but apparently not enough to actually help me. Yeah. There's small people down here. Absolutely love me, but they're too tiny to help. Okay. Because of... Oh, we're gonna get blockaded, aren't we? I mean, there's no Panama Canal, so we can try to trade westerly instead. I believe some inactive lines. Not yet. We are importing cannon from the US. Good. Good. Everything's fine, team. Don't you worry. Oh, they're going to the fronts I can't protect right now. Is it worth shifting the Great Plains? Mobilization's done. We need some steel. What is currently wanting steel? It says one building somewhere. It is the motor industry. No surprise. I believe we have steel makers made. They're probably just getting employment. True story? True story. All fine. It's all one front. It was actually one front. Oh, good eye. Thank you. Thank you. I was reading this is one front and that's one front, but no, it's good. We're currently on defend. If they only send 8 troops forward, the Army of Observation, what a great name. And we could definitely attack against that, but here come more. Okay. Russia says yes. We call our ally for 20 maneuvers. Here comes Russia. Our good friends in Guatemala will come also. If we just call our ally forward. There's an edict to increase conscription. Oh, is there really? Wait, what are edicts? Wait, I know what edicts are in Stellaris. Are there actually edicts in this game also? I'm not sure about edicts. That's a thing. That's a thing. Alright, so they don't say they're They're still mobilizing. Come on, come on. Russia has joined us. How's that make the US feel? You a little bit worried now? They're still confident, unfortunately. Edicts are decrees. Thank you. Yeah, it's the right click here. And we can ask for, where is it? Enlistment efforts. So we'll stop manufacturing and get more conscription, faster training, etc. We can then get more conscripts. 46! I had no idea It was so many. That's ridiculous. Are too many. Too many. Not enough infantry. We'll get more, don't worry. Everyone's infantry. Wow. Too many artillery, you think? But 35 there, too many, possibly? Oh, we can stop that. I just want guns. Let's get more U-Walls infantry instead. Okay, I need to raise more conscripts. Still not fully mobilized. It says already raised conscript battalions. Does that mean they're all coming? Or do I have to put away my conscript and get more conscripts? Huh. Huh. They'll all show up, I think. Okay. Where am I currently using edicts? I don't need them. Stop resources there. So Texas, I believe, was the second largest provider of conscripts. Is that true? Jalisco was actually. Jalisco is over here, I think. Yes. Hello, friend. Bring me more troops. Fight and die for the glory of your nation. Okay, still not enough, because the US has 325 conscripts. They've raised a small amount so far, but looking pretty rough. Looking pretty rough. Russia, are you coming, please? El Salvador wants to be our friends. That's nice. Everyone loves friends. Do they have guns to them all? That's a very good question. The answer, of course not. Russia, do you have guns for me? The British do, the French do. Alright, so the British and the French seem good. We don't want to import from the Americans. And then apparently we need more artillery. The French and the New Grenadine both have some for me. Cool. This is fine. It's all fine. Barracks getting made kind of slowly. Yeah, we keep going behind on mobilization because we're making more barracks, I believe. But here we go. It might be worth staying on defense. There's so many of them. There's so many of them, unfortunately. Oh, boy. Do conscripts join the army on the front? That's a great question. I have no idea. So maybe they won't join us. We'll see. We'll see. We have 27,000 bodies. How many do they have? We can't see right now, unfortunately. That's fine. Hey, the front is getting a little stronger. All right, generals, you're both on defense right now, correct? Correct. Awesome. Language of the classroom. Important matters. The Zapotec students want to speak their language. Absolutely. You can keep your language forever and always. We have more convoys. Apparently people want steel. Apparently people want steel still. We should be making some. Yeah, unfortunately right now nothing is productive. But I believe the steel building is still finding workers. Yeah, steel very expensive. Iron and coal, not sure. They're struggling to hire people, possibly because they sent everyone to the front. Oh, please pay for the military. Thanks for remembering that. Yeah, make them ready to fight as best they can. Nitroglycerin unlocked, and war has begun. So the Russians can beat the dickens out of them if they show up. If they don't, I'm gonna be kind of sad. The first battle has begun. 41 offense versus 38 defense. Win a field Scott out there. You should be fighting in the Civil War. What are you doing, man? What are you doing? Versus Emiliano Huarte. That's great. I wish you the best of luck. All right, because of the war, everything falls apart briefly. Cloth, paper, iron. tools, most notably cannon. Do we need more cannon? We need more artillery for sure. Alright. Where are those cannon? Here we currently have 7, we need 10. Get them from Russia. Losing money, but that's fine. Up to 44 people on the front. More coming slowly. Oh, it's looking pretty bad. First battle looking pretty bad, unfortunately. We're staying in defense. Hopefully it works out, so we get more people there. Ah, look, Russia's here with one group so far. We're seeing battles everywhere. Oh, we're losing that one. We need more generals. They have a ton of generals and we have few. Okay. Hello to you, armed forces guy. No defenders. That's fine. Need more troops. Wrathful, open terrain, mountain. I believe we're in mountains. Is that true? No, we're in open terrain. Primarily. Hello, open terrain guy. Everyone gets promoted. Congratulations. Yep. Oh, you guys need to go defend also. Thank you. Thank you. Till the conscripts get here. Hey, more Russians! More the 11th Russian Army under Leonid Bolkovinitov. A Republican shows up. He's anti-Tsar. Just keep coming, friends. They're marching through Dixie. Is it going to work out? We can make even more barracks. Jalisco or the capital. Our poor motor industries. The kind of troops I should have made earlier. Just more needed. Go to the army button. Just more infantry. Just more infantry. Again, do we have the guns for these? Probably not. At least get bodies on the field. Am I raising conscripts? They should be raising. Yeah, I can't push the button, so I think they are in fact coming. 117 dudes. We're sending big forces over the border. The defense of the border is not going so well. Russia brings more men. The armies of Russia will save us. There comes 30 of them. Then becomes 54. Yes. We have so many battles happening. We have so few troops defending in every single one. Does not matter though. Mother Russia is here for us. Is Mother Guatemala here for us also? I think Guatemala joined my war, correct? Someone did. Honduras? Huh. I thought I asked one of these to join me. I said no. Yeehaw indeed. The Russians are going to learn all about the West. How the West was fun. The answer, of course, is the Russians saved us. Tools are expensive. We're still okay on weapons, apparently. Don't want to import more steel. After the war, we'll fix everything. Intervention them fared poorly. They're still doing politics while we're fighting out here. Oh, we're plus 22. Oh, how the numbers change. We're negative again. The big Russian stacks are moving. Just get here before we lose everything, please. Gold is depleted in Mexican Colorado. You all can go home. There we go. Alexei Pistolkors. He had a terrible blunder. He's winning anyway. 42 offense versus 33 defense. So Russia has a better technology military than we do also. The frontier. Who's that? Victoriano de Guillermo. Beloved leader in the Catholic Church. Big win. At some point here, we turn to offense. Or maybe we trust that the Russians will push for us. The economy's so strong right now. Why? Apparently the move to military economy has been very, very good. Esaias Ristel zu Eisbach led to enact the monarchy. No, we're good, thanks. Our economy got better because the military is dead. You think so? Think that's what's going on here? Let's see here. I mean, not that dead. That's not that dead. The 69 is still moving, I believe. Great Britain is trying to harm relations with us. Leave us alone, Great Britain. We have more important things to do in the north. The Russians are retreating. The Mexicans are winning. The Mexicans are losing. Oh man, if Russia comes all the way over here and we lose anyway, it'd be kind of unfortunate. We got more barracks made again, which may actually be harming our infrastructure. 106 to 104. We do need more infrastructure then. So I have to build another railway, which is making a little bit of money, but not too much. Okay, push that to the top. We need to make more weapons also. So for a brief moment we were positive here, and now we're negative. Oh, the US is beating the dickens out of us. As always, I'm not exactly sure how the game chooses how many troops to move to a battle. Because the Russians have a bunch of troops here, but they're sending a small amount. More construction offices? Possibly. I want to continue building military buildings, though, I think. Who else has open building slots? There's one in California. Y'all wants more military? I think I wouldn't go to Dixie, though. Go to Pacific Coast. I gotta keep Dixie going. Hey, another 100 people from Russia! Russia is sending all of the men into the grinder. Yes. Yes, all of you. Golden Colorado. Be there real soon. We're still on defense. It's just not clear the Russians are doing anything. Still a negative 20 on the border, though. What do we see here? See an active battle in which America wins again. Norburn Ravenel causing problems for us. Negative 9. There are 90 people in. Negative 2. Another battle launches. Very small battle, actually. Oh, the Russian wins. More to the front. I do wonder if Russia's going to end up having some sort of internal war. They're fighting the Caucasus. They'll definitely win that. But I wonder if they're going to have problems with revolution, possibly. It's only 1850, so probably not. Okay, so is Russia trying to advance? Can I see what they're doing at all? Yes, the Russians are trying to advance now. Do I allow that? Because we're still hard on defense. Alright, Nikolai Myrikov-Karsky, a real person. Persistent man who's going over the border. So we see the Mexican flag move or the Russian flag, I wonder. Calling all the people. Rafael Mangino y Mendeleev, leader of the Industrialist Party, delivered a fiery speech in favor of interventionism. We accept, thank you. Do I have more conscripts coming, I wonder? 97 in total should be coming. How do I see if they're there? I see mobilizing ticking over and over again. But Mexico got one more in Veracruz. And I think, unfortunately, the American industry has made better weapons for them than for us. The leader of the faction for National Militia has died. Do we go for a white peace? Because I see that we have 0 war score left, unfortunately. Okay, so neither the capital nor Texas, Nevada, or California have been taken so far. What do you say? They don't want white peace, unfortunately. It doesn't say by how much. So do we just grind it out on the border? It seems like nobody's really advancing recently. Alright, Francisco Bustamante. takes a defensive war. Unopposed peace deal? Oh, it tells you there. Okay, good to know. Right here. Thank you. Negative 21. Negative 18. It's getting closer and closer. The Americans have loans. The Americans have turmoil. All right. All right. I believe we'll be holding our territory this time. Also, I have no sulfur. Am I actually digging sulfur anywhere? Hello, coal mines. We are, in fact, not digging any sulfur yet. Hello, Texas. Maybe some mines also. Making way too many of them. That's fine. That's fine. Eventually we'll grow into needing sulfur for something. Alright, so are we taking anything from them? If we white peace, the answer is no. I'm not sure if we can continue this war, though. So we're taking more casualties due to a terrible blunder in this battle. On the front, what do we see? See, we're negative 10. If that number would just go positive, like they have more troops and they have better offense and defense. Like they are the stronger power. It really is just the Russians letting us grind through all their men. It's keeping this thing going. So I think surrendering out is the correct call. Not surrendering, sorry. White piecing. They're offering us white peace. So I don't believe we can take any of this unless we hold out. Right? So I know that we won't ever surrender because we have our capital and they don't have some of the territory they want. They keep going, screw it, just keep going. My fear is that Russia will drop out of the war somehow. You think I'm winning? All right. All right. The military continues to grind. We have no people to work in the manufacturing sector. We just keep going. -4 or +1. This is the Anti-American League's dream. We have better weapons now. Hey! I don't think those are usable until we're done with upgrading. That's good though. That's good though. Well done, team. Only the war leader can end the war. I thought it was the case that they could be separate pieces, but maybe not. Everyone's at 0 now, so it can't be reduced below 0 for them either. Because I'm not holding anything. So I think the white piece really is the best we're going to do. Let me see though. Hello. What if I want Texas? -106. Because they're much stronger than I am. What if I just want reparations? 134. Okay. Yeah. I don't see us getting any of these, unfortunately, without being able to take their territory. Try to take something in case we don't have Russia to help next time. But I don't think the numbers are going to change at all, will they? I mean, unless they get more and more in debt. I mean, they've had more loss than we have by a fair amount. All right, let's try to take a little piece of Texas for now. Let it grind. Let it grind. We're still building our economy in the background. We'll see. Push a goal and see if it ticks down. I mean, that'd be to, like, advance the front. And, we can't do that. We can't do that. We'll give it a few more minutes. We'll build the economy a little bit more and then, you know, maybe peace out anyway. Hey, more Russians are here. Unfortunately, they still have 60 troops up in New York. More Russians! Another stack of 70s coming! Oh, good God. Russia's gonna get destroyed by China, aren't they? Like, someone over here is gonna know what's going on with Russia and immediately march north. Oh, dear sweet Russia, what's going on? Oh, yeah, the Russians never want to give up, never surrender. You know what? Let's try to advance. I said the Russians are advancing the front. Right, so if the front's getting advanced, Russia can do it. Check Russian war support. Yeah, good call. Good call. Where do we see that? Here it is. Oh, there's 0 also. They're beginning to want to capitulate. Only 80,000 dead and 80,000 wounded. I think they're probably giving up. That's what we're positive. We're positive. Oh, the numbers are going well. Russia finally has enough troops here. I'm going to begin advancing commanders. Who's the best advancing commander? Cautious, no. Defensive strategist, no. Pious, no. Wrathful, maybe. Just show me the lines moving. Hey, it's someone from the Indian Territory. Lenata Gleska. Didn't do well. They're gonna peace out. Popular playwright wants to reform. Absolutely. 40%. We're still doing law stuff. Yeah, I know they're gonna capitulate soon, but... Alright, let's go forward. Pious man. Forward you go. Fortunately, both my higher level characters are super defensive, but you go forward also. A cautious advance. We like that. The white piece is a big victory. I agree that it is. I definitely recognize that white piecing is the way to go. They pose white piece again. Okay. I know you want out. I know everyone wants out. Who's that man? Hello, big boy. General Seth Rutledge. Okay, Russia capitulated. Time to get out right now. Yep. No more war. We had a good time. All right. We keep our territory. We're calling it a win. We were taking territory in Utah. Does not matter. Does not matter. We had a good time. Does not matter. All right. It was a fun time for a little while, though. All right. How is my economy non-functional right now? Whew. Whew. Totally fine, team. Totally fine. We got some convoys going again. So we were importing things from the US before. The economy's really good for a moment at least. We need more sulfur. I believe I made too many sulfur mines here. I'll get rid of a couple of them and push a couple to the top also. How long is the truce now? It's like, what, 5 years, I think? They don't like me very much. That's okay. We have a truce. Don't we? There it is. Our truce is for 4 more years. All right, 4 more years. Got to keep building the military. Keep building food. Standard of living is still pretty bad, but at least we survived for a little while longer. How's Russia looking? I'm so sorry, Russia. We still have a defensive pact, though. Oh, they're struggling. They're struggling. I could try to move them into, I can invest in them. Oh, good call. Good call. I'm in enlistment in the capital right now. Apparently I'm not, actually. I thought I was. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I am. Back to manufacturing for you, and then California goes back on resources. Cool. Cool, cool. Yeah, thank you for catching that, absolutely. Central Archives unlocked. If we want to, we can have fancy paper used now to improve the buildings. Administration buildings? True? True. Uses more paper. How we look on paper right now? Fine. We'll start by changing this one over. Got a bunch of bureaucracy. Paper is a little expensive now. We'll make more pretty soon, though. Oh, industrializing, going so well. Time for more construction, possibly. Let's hold off for a little bit. We have 3 things being made at once. Feels good. The cranes are done! So higher port level if we want to. Not yet, but soon. We can start moving all of our manufacturing to steam boilers. Probably worth doing that. Just trying to go nice and slow. Central banking! 3 years for more money! Always worth doing, I think. We have more coal coming in also, so does that help? Okay, so the mills can go to dye workshops. The price of dye suddenly gets very expensive, from 21 to 70. Good God. Let's do it. Actually, I could do one state at a time, couldn't I? Just the capital for now. And Veracruz. Okay. We'll stay on non-luxury clothing. We need to import silk at some point. Luxury furniture production gives what? It becomes much cheaper, ridiculously cheaper. We need to make more hardwood possibly. We'll stay on basic furniture for right now. But we'll go ahead and add a couple more of these. We probably need a railroad in the capital also. Okay, tooling workshops. Raw iron. Iron's more expensive. Steel tools. Steel's more expensive. We'll go with iron for right now. Brief pause on that. Paper mills can go to sulfite. We have a lot of sulfur coming in soon. That's good. Okay. May I upgrade the military? Is military not upgraded already? You're absolutely right, it's not. We can't actually yet. We don't have the general staff, so we're stuck in basic barracks for everybody. Maybe someday, I'll have to run for a minute, see how it goes. I cannot believe we held off the Americans. That's right, we did it. We had no help from anyone. It was entirely my doing. If you say anything else, it is fake news, fake news. We got some convoys, so what can we import? So we have nothing that's especially cheap on our market, other than sugar, which nobody wants. Sulfur will fix itself. We're making some furniture. Let's stay as we are right now. Help the General to Seoul, the US? Absolutely. GG no re, pure solo, not a problem in the world. It's pretty bad. Hey, things are happening! Children working in the tooling workshops of the Yucatan have suffered injuries trying to operate the machinery used in production. We can get children off the factory floor, making less money there, or we need all the employees we can get. I'm gonna try to be nice to the kids. I don't want to be a monster. We need more rail transportation in some buildings. We need to have more steam engines. What's missing right now is the motor industries is not sufficiently grown. Only need one of them to be functional. Gosh, it's trying. Chugga, maybe someday. Steel mills will start hiring as the motor industry gets more availability. Fertilizer needs more sulfur. I swear we're working on it. Texas's sulfur mines are hiring right now. Slow going, that's fine. The capitals are building gold mines in Colorado. There's no infrastructure there, is there? Oh, there is actually. Whoops. I should be building those. How dare you? How dare you? Do I build one more construction building? Are we actually plus 1,000? I think we might be. That said, friends, it is now noon my time. We have an ad break coming in about 5 or so minutes. I'm thinking of grabbing some coffee real quick. I will do a normal ad break with crossword time, and after the ad break, we'll get some coffee, I think. But both of my liquid containers here are absolutely empty. That's breaking my heart. Okay. Nothing is crazy expensive right now. Glad to see that. We're building a lot of wheat. Absolutely. Need more wheat forever, because the poor folks are struggling with grain and clothes and furniture. And half our peasants are still in subsistence buildings. I swear we're working on it. California has so many subsistence buildings still. 300! Darn you, California! I'm glad to still have it. It will be beautiful at some point, but for the moment, it is not going so well. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We can still import or export more things. We have interventionism! Hooray! Better dividends! Woo! Oh, the military is still being overpaid. Back to normal pay. Goody good. Goody good. Okay. Getting that sulfur industry coming online, I think. Yep, they're just getting started. Just barely going. That said, people want railroads. For one of the missions over here. And steam engine is just the motor industry's functioning. Branching out, need a bunch of railroads. For railroads, we need more motors, and more steel mills, etc., etc. What is your problem? I guess I subsidize this to finish the quest. Feels so expensive. I'm also going to subsidize the steel mill for right now, just until it gets going. Yeah, things are a little expensive, but the price of steel's coming down now. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Baja California is the only place with low standard of living right now, somewhat amazingly. So we'll add to that another port. When that's done, we'll add to it. Well, everyone's getting hired eventually. Gold is depleted in Arizona. Okay. We'll go ahead and mark the mines to get built at some point. Check the infrastructure. It's okay for the moment. There are first buildings here. Probably another railroad, I suspect, but goldfield depleted. You can leave if you want to. Great. Let's do plus 10,000. Only plus 1,000. Let's do it anyway. Another builder. Jalisco looking good. Give them 2 more there, we'll say. Let's go up to the top. Awesome. This economy is growing so much more effectively than the one of Australia did. Like, it is slow going, obviously. We're only at 10 million compared to the US's 28 million. They still have not fought the Civil War. Only 1860. Only 1860. But Honest Abe's still running the show. Our money is going to struggle a little bit more. It helps the Queen take all the money. Yes. Playing as a dominion state of the Empire was terrible. We passed no migration control. I think no. I think people would like to have... yeah, people want to have this place as only for us, unfortunately. They want racial segregation. We're trying to keep it good. Trying to keep it good. They want a modification to women being property again. Can't do that. I think there's nothing super useful for us right now. We go to protection if we want to. So we can change the, yeah, we can try to change the tariffs a little bit. The military wants it. What the military wants goes. There we go. Any institutions to improve? There's quite a few if we want to. We like the church in this playthrough, so more education, more good. And more home affairs too. You think free trade might be better? And we can't get there yet, can we? The industrialists want it, but they're not in government, are they? Yeah, they're not. And we can't force them with no legitimacy, so I can't go to free trade, unfortunately. We're working our way there, though. Pierre Domingue! Been sent out of Haiti. That's no colonial affairs. Anybody want protectionism? Anybody interested in agitating in a helpful way this time? What kind of person would want protectionism? We could get free trade going. So bring Brotherman in. We go straight to free trade. Hello, Brotherman. Okay, so we can get rid of protectionism. I want to see the numbers on this law change. Plus 13 compared to plus 21. The armed forces really want this. The armed forces really do not want this. Never mind. I'm going to stay at protectionism. I don't want to upset the armed forces. They need to become more and more powerful. We'll see. We'll see. Friends, it's time for another quick ad break. Been live now for 3 hours and 30 minutes. It's noon my time, so probably an hour and a half left to go. The ad break is going real soon, and thank you for hanging out. Hope you're having a lovely, lovely day. A probably risky amount to give. Give an inch and they'll take a mile. Robert, who chronicled Robert Moses in The Power Broker. Is it Khan, I think? No, it's not Khan. Is it Cohen? Not sure, not sure. What ending? Whatever, probably. A sickly breathing sound, a rasp. A major figure in the Prose Edda. So the Edda is what, a Norse, maybe Icelandic saga? I don't know any names, though. Expression of disapproval. I was going to say sigh, but SS here looks pretty bad. Does a G help? Short performance, a skit. Tisk is possible if Yago's name is wrong. No, it's actually not possible. Expression of disapproval. No. Not sure. They might pop up annoyingly. The ads. The Pioneer Woman host Drummond. I think it's an Ava or an Ada, maybe. Not sure on that. Back to the top. Raised. Probably bread. Country that leads the world in vanilla production. Okay. Very long. With an M at the lead. M may be wrong. I think Mao era is correct. I'm not sure on that. A key blank. Had key west before. So it may not be a key like a piece of land. Something else instead, like key info. Drone collection. I said it earlier, something involving ants. Ant colony does not fit, but it could be something else. I put ant in, knowing it might be incorrect. I think ants have drones. 1 second. Bees also with A, if it's apiary of some sort. Aperarium? Aperar. Okay. I think I prefer AP to ant. What's this? Faded out. I feel like I should get that one right away. Baby something is skin condition for infants. Pizzazz. Gusto. Gusto is pizzazz. Okay. Everyone, news really split in the 30s. Yeah, I said earlier it could be some kind of country or business. What is, I'm not sure. Non-proprietary in a way. Non-proprietary in a way. Huh. So commonly owned. I like having non-proprietary and Mao together, possibly. Or of common use. Not sure. Trio with the 1973 album Trace Hombres. Trio. Rita Dove's Blank My Right Knee. The I at the end is very strange there. But I don't know Rita Dove at all. A center of a sort. Center of a sort. At Hub earlier. That's incorrect. Queen's Label. Some music group. Some music publisher. Not sure. Tricks of the Trade. Tricks of the Trade. Like I said earlier, I want tricks here to refer to magic. I feel appropriately tricksy. Sleight of hand starts with an S. Like stage something starts with an S. Secret starts with an S. Okay, does secrets fit here? Only secret would. MR looks pretty bad there. I'm gonna do 2 more and back to not the crossword. Pen. Again, I want pen here to refer to either a place to keep people together or animals together, or a verb meaning the same thing. And leatherbacks colloquially, so long. Again, I wanted leatherbacks to be alligators, so it could be gator or something. What I'm not sure. All right. That was a very, very small bit of progress. I'm thinking of this last one here, Wild Mama, perhaps. I'm thinking it's probably a sow or an ewe or something. A doe, even. I said earlier that smooches could be XOXO. I'm not sure about that. Tricks of the trade could also be referenced to like prostitution, possibly. So I'm gonna say this is a sow, though it might be wrong in part because WR looks really, really bad. Doe then I think is more plausible. ER feels pretty good. All right, whichever way that P is correct there. Bag and product name is pack. Good. All right, we paused that game. It is Leroy. I knew it was Leroy. So Leroy Jones, the Miri Baraka. Okay, no more. Blocking my sight, no more. All right, friends, it's time to return to our video game. But with that said, it's also time to get some coffee. So I'm gonna leave the game running for you. This might be a horrible idea. You're gonna see how things go. My agitator's a market liberal, so we could use him. Is he actually? He is a market liberal, so we could get free trade off him if he ran the landowners. Current landowner leader is Adrian Diaz, who's not that popular. So if I exile him, I then grant leadership. Landowners have to be in government, though. Huh. Unfortunately, they're not in government. Could I change them into government? If I reform, I could push them in government. We lose a little bit of legitimacy and we throw out the PB. Or I bring everyone in and the government becomes questionably legitimate. All right, good enough. Hello, landowners. Hello, agitator. Hello, command. Nope, wrong button. Shoot. Leadership. He's also a member of the military. That's fine. All right, in that case, we go to hello, laws. Hello, cancel that. Hello, free trade. Some people are really against it, including the military. This will be fine. All right, while I'm gone, we have 3 pages to work through. Let's hope it doesn't all fall apart. The game will probably pause before I'm back, but I'll get some coffee. BRBRB. If you're still here at the end, you're a true Resorty fan. Isn't that great? I think so. See you in a moment. Hello, good seeing you all again. I made a slight mistake upstairs, which is to say that Fritz was peacefully hanging out, still on the couch. So currently on the couch level because he wanted to be in the room we have dehumidified. So his normal upstairs area is very, very hot right now. Third floor gets crazy hot in the summer. And so they're like sitting on the couch, hanging out, enjoying himself there. And I was going to take a picture of him for you. He was sitting with his little cat arms folded and looking very regal in a way. But trying to get him to look towards me, I made the little like, here kitty kitty sound, and he immediately jumped up and wanted to play. So we played with him for a moment, but no picture for you, unfortunately. But Fritz is doing well, thank you for asking. What kind of coffee are we eating? Or drinking, rather. It is instant coffee from some brand I don't quite recall, unfortunately. The armed forces want a more hardline foreign policy towards the U.S. of A due to poor relations. Alright, we could say the U.S. are indeed the enemy. Get more in scoop with the military, or we don't really care. We dislike them. Is it an orange cat? Absolutely, it's an orange cat. You can get a little, whoops, put that away. I'll show you the orange cat. That's the current picture of the week. There he is looking all giant and a little cutie there. But no, when I say I'm gonna get some coffee, it is not like we're doing the French press thing. There's no pour over. It is crystals into a mug, hot water go in, stir, the end. It is not anything to write home about, certainly. Alright, we return to Mexico once more. I don't know how much longer I have a truce with the US. Probably should see that. Truce continues for 3 years. Good. Lots of journal entries now. I'm going to urbanize the steam engine building. Is it need a level 1 motorway, or that'd be like level 3? Let's see. Motor industry, that'd be level 3. I'm glad I noticed that. So Mexico has plenty of infrastructure still. We want to push 2 more of you. I'll move that towards the top. Everything was the top constantly. Hello, Brickhead, good seeing ya. I know some streamers will like make their coffee on stream. They will have a little special camera to make the coffee, but you don't want to see what's happening over here. There's nothing going on. Grain expensive, iron expensive. Yep. The marketplace of ideas. Those who are opposed to our ideas want to speak out. So we can say no, get a 10% chance of passing, but the rural folk get even angrier. They're very, very weak, and they already hate me, so that's just fine. That's just fine. Radicalization's heading towards 1 million, unfortunately. That's a bit of a shame. Don't you worry, though. It's all going to work out. So as we get more motor industries, we need more steel also. Got to make more of that soon enough. All right, who wants my exports? People want steel. I need it for my motor industries, though. People want dye. All right, America. I offer you dye. We gotta get ship makers going. France has broken a bunch of rivalries with the Ottoman Empire. This is because the Ottoman Empire has become weaker and France has become stronger, certainly. They're number 2 great power, so Britain and then France, and we're number 18 down there. Show me the big list. What do we see? Yep, Spain is close to becoming stronger than the US. Love to see it. We're down here, behind the Heavenly Kingdom and so on. Looking good. Yeah, so Heavenly Kingdom is still unrecognized. No one cares the people in the Far East are interested in, Are they at war? The Heavenly Kingdom is at war with Russia. Wow. So Russia wants a treaty port. And wants, this guy wants money from the Russians. That's probably the one treaty port at such close proximity. Well, there goes Russia. Sorry, Chinese friends. Russia becomes ever more powerful. I look forward to them sending more troops my way. Next time we get technology going, I'd very much like to get in the military, like general staff, so I can strengthen the training of my troops. It is right over here. We'll get that one next. Should probably look for universities also. Once I finish the motor industries quest, I'll probably make a couple universities right quick. That's that one. Branching out, yeah, we need more rail transportation in more places. So we can just turn on rail transportation in a bunch of different factories. Even if it doesn't actually work. If we don't have the trains for it, it's okay. The US has begun embargoing me. What? 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 Should I embargo them right back? Should I expel the diplomats, go into war one more time? We'll see, we'll see. I don't remember what I was importing before. Let's see what's very expensive that I should not have very expensive. Yep, fancy furniture, fancy clothes. I'll need that eventually. In the short term though, iron is most important. We have a whole bunch of ships left, so we can go ahead and set up all 3 of these. And then we need more iron mines of our own. We don't have a mineral bonus anywhere inside of our... I want to say kingdom, because of CK3, of course. It's out of our great nation. So we'll have to just get wherever we can. I'm not going to blow up my people, certainly. I think I'm going to go to condensing engine pump. Now it makes coal too expensive. But cheapens iron. That's the trade-off, isn't it? Cheaper iron or cheaper coal, but not both until I get more coal producing. So, the people of Waka like to have additional coal mines. We'll get 3 more of those. And then with that in mind, I'll go ahead and turn the iron mines onto engine pumps. And give them the railroad. Nope, railroad way too expensive. We will get some more made soon, though, I think. Yeah. So what's the place I was looking at? They would like the railroad for iron mines. They're primarily in Mexico itself. Unfortunately. So more railroad building in Mexico would be good. How's the railroad looking? It's losing money by a little bit. It's also currently subsidized. We'll build a new one. So if we set up the railroad to be used at our mines, it'll then be more profitable. The coal's so expensive still. The coal mines were over here, I believe. One of these, there it is. And so we have coal mines onto using railroad also. Oops. And what are you? The steam donkey. Someday. Bureaucracy struggling a little bit. That's okay. Such a long time on the motor industries. These fancy buildings need steel production, so I can move to steel frame buildings. We need glass, we need more tools, we need explosives. We need anything, everything actually. Do I currently have a fertilizer factory, the chemical building somewhere? I do. It is currently not productive at all. I believe that no one is currently trying to buy fertilizer. So, to the rural area, move all of them, move all the wheat farms over. It looks pretty bad. So, I'll move over the ones in California first. Will that do the prices there? Yep, it got pretty expensive. We're not producing any right now, but the prices should normalize once you are functioning. You're not hiring right now. You'll try again in 18 days. That'll get going sooner or later. Veracruz and Baja California, again struggling with standard of living. California needs a railroad also. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Everybody needs everything. We're building up too fast. Too many people showed up. Alright. Luka Skamaka. General landowners would like to use personal connections to push free trade through. Makes the rural folk even more angry. That's fine. Around just 6 points of relevance. There are a lot of them. They're radicalizing a little bit, but 12 angry men. Okay, so we have 1 million people who are currently unhappy with us. They're mostly peasants. Yeah, just getting more arable land turned to working land will help tremendously on that. Okay, we're over on convoys right now. What are we bringing in that we don't really need? Steel has gotten quite cheap again. So do I currently have any steel-based trade routes? I thought I was importing somewhere. I am not. Okay. Getting killed on something. We don't need all the cannon. We imported the cannon during the last war. So I have way too much cannon. We'll get cheap things. Yep, cannon are reasonable price now. Dyes are cheap. We have a whole bunch of extra gold. Love that. Bunch of fruits also. I'm going to buy some fruits. Hey, the Russians do. Neat. I think I was going to turn off some convoys. I'm supposed to add more of them. I think our trade agreement, though, means that convoys are not needed for exchanging. I think that's true. All right. Any dyes here? No. We're importing basically everything. We're exporting some guns. That's fine until the war starts again. That's inactive. Exporting guns again. Yeah. Exporting lead and sugar. That's all we got for right now. Okay, I believe we have one tiny bit of production in Guatemala. I believe we own one tobacco plantation. It is making money. I'd like to expand more in Guatemala and eventually convince them to be ours. We've got to get ourselves up to a major power first. We got a power block. We're still kind of far away on that, unfortunately. Down 19th now. We have a much stronger economy than Peru, Bolivia does, but our prestige is a little bit lower. So are we the top producer on anything right now? We are. Top producer of gold. #1 gold producer in the world. There's a second playthrough in a row where gold's been the backbone of our economy. It's entirely because we hold this area still. What's the U.S. up to? U.S. is still hostile to us. New president, Dragiša Vukotic, a Serbian fellow from the rural population, has become president. Wow. Anybody in America can become something if they try hard enough. Who is this man? I'm very confused. Very, very, very confused. Well, we'll see if he ends up stopping slavery. Again, that is the main goal of this thing for me. Yeah, no civil war this time. No civil war so far. Metron Police. Law enforcement to 5. I don't think that's happening, is it? Law enforcement can go to 2 if we want. It's already there. That's all we got. Your immersion? It's an alternate history, man. When the Russians brought their Serbian troops over, one of them stayed behind. That's my story and I'm sticking with it. Okay. Thinking pretty hard about making more industrial buildings, or not industrial buildings, upgrading the industrial production methods of some of these, but I don't know. Steel mills, the water tube boiler, coal, need more coal. Everybody needs coal. Now the motor industries need to get up to, wrong button, need to get up to 75% money saved, I believe. It's currently losing money because there are no railroads functioning, and we're importing this. Must stop importing trains. Where are they? Am I not importing trains anymore? There they are. Go away, no one likes you. That'll spike the price for trains. Hopefully enough to help my train producer actually make money. looking pretty cheap still. It says make more railroads is the name of the game. Hey, Double Knot, it's been a while. How's it going? Always good seeing you. What a pleasure as always. Railroads take a while to get done, unfortunately. The opposition members of the armed forces have been opposed to free trade. They're considering changing their mind, which would upset the industrialists. Industrialists are plus 20 to us, so it's absolutely fine. Pass that bill! 42% chance of success. I love it. I love it. Again, Double Knot, very good seeing you. It has been a long while. Rio Grande here is this one. They need ports, or more properly, another railroad. Okay, if we were to make some universities, which I keep thinking about, that would harm our economy more, but help us with technology. Maybe at some point. Also, Veracruz continues to be very unhappy. What's your problem? Your standard of living is finally good. Lots of radicals live here. Look! You have a lot of peasants. A lot of peasants. A lot of peasants. Yeah, they have a whole bunch of arable land. They need things to do. Clothes are very expensive still, so I think pushing forward a couple more textile mills makes sense there. But now we just must wait for construction to happen. So we'll go speed 4 at least and let this thing roll. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, the Columbia Proletarian Revolt. Wait. The communists are coming for Great Britain at 1861? Really? That's surprisingly early. Alright. They're a republic, but they're led by the trade unionists. So, as much as I want to help y'all, as much fun as it would be to beat up on the British, there's no way I can do anything here. So I'm sorry, I will be neutral in this war. We believe in the ideals, man, but past that, not sure. Is that a beaver flag? Let's check and see. Yep, it's a torn apart beaver, it looks like. The main district does not have a beaver. So now I want the Colombians to win because they have a beaver flag. That's pretty fun. Probably pretty fun. Here come the railroads. Free trade's at 50%, very good. That's convoys, low on bureaucracy. I believe we made more bureaucratic buildings a bit ago. Yeah, we did. Actually, one's getting done right now. Move it up 1 slot. Is that true? Yeah, it'll take 20-some weeks for all these things. Ugh. More construction needed. Everyone's sad. And low organization in the army. The 2nd Mexican Army is not built at all. How do you have low organization when you have genuinely no one in the army? I don't mean to tell you how to live your life, man, but here, get yourself a couple soldiers. That seems nice. One of these days I'll get there for you. Yeah, need more troops ahead of the U.S.'s next invasion from my Texan land. It counts as low organization even if you have no one in the troop. It's very strange, very strange, very strange. Alright, show me... we need a bunch of rail transportation everywhere if we can. So, time to go through and do this. This may not work out for our benefit, but anybody who can get trains needs trains. This increases the price of engines very, very, very much. Not yet. The shipyards can move to a higher level of ships, crashing the price of clippers, raising the price of hardwood. Okay. I know I'm making hardwood in only one territory right now. So, wood friends, hello. Get someone else on hardwood. I think California is not on hardwood, is it? No, Guatemala is. And Guerrero is. I'll move you over to pure hardwood instead. Cool. And, right, time for railroads everywhere. Price increases. It's fine. Low productivity is fine. I just need to make the quest happy. My poor economy. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with all of you? This will be fine. Just give it a moment. Just give it a moment. Transportation problems. Beautiful. Alright. How are we on the quest now? What's it looking like? 31 months to go. Alright. The only issue is that 20% of the buildings that are eligible, more than that's been marked, need to have good occupancy. So people actively working. Need a lot of railroads. Now, 2 more of them are being made right now. It is 17 weeks, though. How much time do we have left? Like 30-some months? 31 months. We'll see what happens. Industry suffers in Zacatecas. Competing goods from abroad have led to a slump in demand for products there, which has raised concerns in the state about our planned reforms. Free foreign trade gives our money and our markets to others, injuring our labor, industry, and people. What good are policies that don't benefit us? We can alleviate the concerns, lowering the chance of success by 10%. Must convince them to help us as a setback, but 15% more, or forge ahead. We'll send out our best diplomat to convince them of the importance happening here. You think unfinished 20% for agricultural buildings, not for mines? Does it say that explicitly? Did I misread, maybe? Oh, thank you. Thank you. So this part is for mines. This part is for plantations and such. Good catch. Thank you for noticing that one. So, who wants trains? The vineyards do. Is that all? Yeah, I think so. Green is still fairly expensive. Pascal Wolf moved up. Who is Pascal Wolf and what does he want? Hello, sir. Lovely hat. He is from Mexico. He wants autocracy back. Well. Well. What's our current form of government? A presidential republic. Oh, sorry, no, that's not it. From oligarchy to autocracy. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants autocracy. I think we don't want pure autocracy. If the military wanted it, I would allow that. But we're a good boss. If he leaves this, the military becomes a little bit cranky. I'll let him hang out. He's not going to cause any problems as he rabbles all the way through. He wouldn't dare cause problems. Alright, show me the quest again. We gotta be close. Currently 0%. So, it might be because of expensive railway tickets. I'm sure it is. It's getting there. Pure chaos ahead. Speed 5 for a little bit. Surely the game will not fall apart at speed 5. Yeah, in some respect, everything we have listed on the page right now, I'd like to get finished. Hey, the nice. Thanks for the Prime sub. I'm glad you're enjoying hanging out with us. Nice. Very kind of you. Very kind. First time subscriber. Very appreciated all the way. More fertilizer complaints. Where are those chemical factories? There it is. Up to the top you go. If you actively complain, I move you up right away. We have 2 more railroads done, though. So it should lower the price of road tickets fairly soon. I ideally want to put them in the places that are struggling, Texas, etc., but not sure. Indefensible extortion! An orator from the landowners has gone on a speaking tour across the nation, denouncing mercantilism, speaking for free trade. We can say thanks. 10% chance of going through. Or landowners is a great speaker. Landowners become more powerful again. I need them to continue weakening, so we work together forever and always. Again, nice. Thank you for your kindness. I like your username very much. It feels fun to say. Fertilizer complaints. Gosh, we're working on it. We have chemical bleaching done. Bone china. For that, we need more glass made. What do we not have? Well, yes, it's glass. Education level 2. More literacy. Now, of course, literacy leads to radicalism also. Home affairs up also. That gives us additional conscription possibilities for the next war. I'd like to see the price on railroads. Here's where to see how that's changed recently. Well, it's not crazy expensive anymore. I thought transport was listed here as a kind of good, even though you couldn't export it. Not seen it though. So we look here and see transportation, not a significant producer, unfortunately. It's not listed there right now, so we can find it by going to the building involved. It's development. It's the railway. It's trying its best. Yeah, just getting started in these new locations. We can go to wooden passenger carriages. The price of transportation comes down. Wood is not super expensive then. Can I move all of them over? Price of coal increases a little bit. Price of wood is about the same though. Sure. Cheaper transportation. Still some shortages here and there. Because one building has a shortage. Is that a farm? It is not a farm. A vineyard, probably. Yes, transportation very expensive. Need more of that in the Z place. Good old the Z place. More railroads. Towards the top. I'm enjoying the heck out of Victoria. I know at one point in the next few weeks here, we're probably need to say goodbye to Victoria. This always happens. It's still gonna be a while on, but I hope we stay with this game forever. It's so good. The armed forces want to be more hardline towards the US again. They are the enemy indeed. The armed forces calls us the Great Chief. The US of A is not liking us a lot. That said, part of a Prussian concern against Hanover. Discord among the Catholics. Some of them want free trade, some don't. We can ask the church to help us, or have the industrialists pick up people from the church. I'll go and just accept their attempt to make things better. I'm branching out, we're up to 0% still. Workforce occupancy is too low in the places that have railroads going in the farms. Is that true? They're really going to say to me? So vineyards have pretty good occupancy. Some prices showing 0%, unfortunately. Else I love it. Steam engine time completed! Ayy! The manufacture of steam engines has become profitable industry in Mexico, thanks to our sound investment in locomotive technology. These engines already being employed across new Mexican railway lines. That is new Mexican, not New Mexican. All aboard from Mexico City, courtesy of the good folks at the Mexico City Steam Locomotive Company. Getting out of Oaxaca has never been easier. The dining carts restricted for first-class passengers, stowaways prosecuted. We yell all aboard. We get better railway buildings, more engines, more locomotives. We make more engines. Are on track for innovation onto steel railway cars. In this playthrough, I will take the long-term investment and hope that works out. That said, everybody needs more railroads, unfortunately. Brutal, brutal, brutal. Guerrero wants one also. Just lower the prices. It's negative 8,000 for a while here. The economy was doing so much better, and now it's been kind of faltering for a while. Price of construction good appears to have gone down some recently. Maybe tools. Not sure. It's all come together though. What's the construction investment pool look like? Only 109,000. See, that's wonderful. Over in Australia, we had like 14 million monies in the investment pool. It was a little bit silly. Frankly, a little ridiculous, but that is okay. I believe our fertilizer producer has been made now. Let's go and check and see how it's coming together. Here she is. Just trying to hire for the first time. Will not hire because it predicts it will not be productive. The sulfur is still crazily expensive. Need more iron? Ever more iron? Possibly. We do have more sulfur mines coming. The vineyards of California could have more iron, but isn't it fun making other things too? Namely a ridiculously large military. Gotta keep those, keep the Americans off our soil, clearly. Problems here are mountain-based, I believe. Yep, Sierra Madre. All these places we have to blow through the mountains to make a railroad. Oh, goodness. But yeah, we can add more, hey, the law enactment's going through. We're gonna amend the Constitution. We're no longer importing iron from Belgium. Who else has got iron for me? Iron? Iron? Oh, nobody's got iron. Nobody's got iron right now. It's gotta be my own if possible. Alright. Where's the iron live? No dynamite. Okay, Mexico can have no more at all. Jalisco has a bunch of workers still. Guatemala also, but no. Central banking is done! More money, cheaper interest. And also, we can take on people's debts now if we want to. General staff next, so I can get better training for my troopers. Better training for my troopers will take even more weapons. I'm sure we'll have the weapons smith up and going soon. Low organization, apparently, on both of my armies. Is that true? No, the Armada de Mexico are one and only one ship again. And the second Mexican army is we're waiting until it has more troops. That's good. All right. Come on, peasants. So Baja Californians have a whole bunch of wine production pretty soon. Gotta believe that someone will be able to make wine for me. And the government's become cranky again. All right. If we bring the church and the PB into power, it stays legitimate. We may make basically any government we want. As long as the military is in power, I'm happy. Welcome back, PB. We're constantly exchanging you back and forth. That's good. It's been the PB, the landowners, the industrials moving back and forth constantly. Secession in the Caucasus. Russia is not holding its territory so far. I suspect they're going to win that one pretty easily. The Dagestani uprising. An absolute monarchy. The Tsar's ready for them. Oh! The British aristocratic revolt. They want an absolute empire versus Her Majesty's government. Wow. So absolutism of the Queen versus absolutism of Emperor Walter Fitzjames. Well, who's going to win this thing? Oh boy. The revolt has a bunch of troops. Great Britain, many, many fewer. So everyone wanted to fight the British. Now would be the time. We could try to snag this right here. I don't have any claim against it. But, who are your friends? We have a defensive pact with Belgium and Portugal. Of course, the many, many puppets would help also. Caribbean and so on. Nah. No need to be greedy. No need to be greedy. Just gonna hang out in Mexico. Worry about our economy and nobody else's. Still problems. Still problems. We get the wine industry going. Even if our peasants are starving, the wine industry will save us all. We just need basic grain. Hey, standard of living went up by a little bit earlier. Grain, clothes, wood. Grain, clothes. The rich are doing fine. They need cheaper porcelain. Yeah. The British religious revolt now leads the British Empire. Oh boy. Oh boy. An absolute empire of the landowners and the church are together ruling this thing. Alright, they're Protestant, we're Catholic. Their attitude towards us is now protective. Huh. Huh. Do we try to push for defensive pact? They would love it if we owed them an obligation. This would be a further way to keep the Americans out of our business. We'll see if they can maintain their power. That's interesting, though. Maybe help the U.S. start in revolt against them. I think the U.S. is not fighting anybody right now. They're fighting... They're not involved at all right now. The Americans probably stay out of this one. They pulled in a bunch of wars, that's true. I don't want to help the British. How do we get like a one-sided agreement here? Where the British give me all the benefits, and I give them absolutely nothing. I see great poverty in Veracruz still. They just want more farms. All they want are farms. After the railroads are done, and at least one... at least one of the... whatever comes next. What is it? Sulfur mines? They make lots of farms. Maybe someday we're good on standard of living. If I just get everyone over 10, I'll feel very, very, very good. We've gone from 85% chance of free trade going through to only 40%. Brutal, brutal, brutal. Make the peasants laborers. We're trying. We're trying. Trying to get everybody working somewhere. There's a lot of building we need to understand. Like, I agree we need peasants to laborers, but there's only so much I can build at a time. I swear we're working on it. If I just lower the price of grain, everyone will be happy. Like, the middle class and the lower class are struggling over grain. We're still struggling with railroads in some places. We'll get there soon enough. So much radicalization. The issue is unfulfilled political movement demands. We refused the industrialists something earlier. The play for power! The leader of the landowners made a remarkable play for power in the capital to secure a spot for landowners in government. You all are currently not in government. I think I'm okay with that. We can say, good job to you. Landowners become more powerful, or we don't care. Landowners lose power. They still like me fine. Must weaken landowners forever. They all have fancy hats, frankly. Like, if we go through our people here, that's the leader of the church. He has a little, what's that called? It starts with a Z, right? This kind of skull cap for priests. Zuccato? Zuccata? Something like that. PB man spent all of his family's money on one fancy hat. Industrial's got a little looking very fancy. The general's looking full of feathers. Looking a little bit pre-World War I. Amendment succeeded again. Pardon me, I need to know the name for this thing. It is a Zuccata, I believe. Priest skull cap. Okay, I was a little bit off. The Zucchetto. Worn underneath the mitre. The mitre's the Pope hat, you might be aware. Zucchetto. There we go. Knew the Z word somewhere. We're running our economy kind of right on the line right now. Can we have the institutions right now? In colonial affairs, we just don't need. Colonize everything already. Someday the Indian territory will be mine. Oh yes, it must. The Anti-American League is kind of cranky with me right now. We fought them recently, but they've gotten over it. The U.S. has taken on Nicaragua's national debt. Uh-oh. We've seen this television show before. We don't like the ending. But Guatemala loves me. Only are a little bit more powerful. I could bring him on in. Los Altos likes me quite a bit also. I can guarantee their independence. How's Honduras looking? Likes me also. I can guarantee their independence. Nicaragua's doing pretty good also. Are the Contras in power? Not quite yet. Don't you worry though, pretty soon. Alright, I'm gonna guarantee the independence of one of the minor states down here. Which one? Honduras, you want independence? Sure. We'll help them out. Soon you'll all join Mexico. Soon. Alright, laws heading to voting finally. I don't know who's voting on it, but someone. Marcos in Veracruz is low. They don't want trains right now. Veracruz. Can't remember who's Veracruz. I think it might be on the right-hand side. Oh, of course it is, right here. I made a whole bunch of farms here without making any ports or railroads. These things happen. So, more railways. And I don't... Oh, we already have one coming in. Never mind. They're already doing that for us. I haven't checked the price of anything recently, frankly. Contentious topics. The movement to preserve mercantilism had a brawl. The police arrived. No participant would give a statement. Everyone goes to the jail. Absolutely. No mercantilism allowed. Curious in particular the price of rail engines. Show me what you got. Sulfur's still pretty expensive. That said, that's not true. Never mind. I was like, nothing is very expensive here. But nope, coal and clothes and lead also. Need more. Alright. Are there coal peasants somewhere? We have 3 coal mines being built at some point. So I can see peasants. There they are. Got a lot of peasants in a lot of places. Guerrero in particular has a fair number. We have free trade! So good for the bureaucracy. Nice. With free trade, we'll make more money also. Hegel has appeared, friends! Look at the thesis, the antithesis, the synthesis. It's all triangles, all it goes. Incidentally, back in grad school, I had a Hegelian professor whose paper he would keep in front of him while I lectured. Like, he wouldn't have any notes, but he would just make triangles over and over again. Like, his entire lecture was him building dialectics and like repeatedly saying the antithesis here must be understood as necessary conditions for etc. And it was absolutely amazing to go look at his paper afterwards and like generally 30 or 40 different little triangles he'd made. So it's delightful. We need universities to teach the Hegel, but for the moment got other more important things to do. All right. 3 months on transportation, 3.57 buildings have good workforce and rail transportation on. Can I get this done in the next 3 months? The answer is probably no, but I'm willing to give the old college try. So, the vineyards really are the only one that can use trains right now. It's just a matter of getting, yes, the vineyard of Texas and Bajío into enough employment. So subsidize that one. That'll help a little bit. I think that's all for right now. We'll see if it works out. I have some doubts. Speaking of subsidies, what are we subsidizing that we don't need to subsidize anymore? 10,000, good God. The motor industries, right. Turn those on when the steel mill was struggling. It should be fine now without our subsidies. Armed industries are struggling, though. Okay. So you should not need subsidies anymore. Coal's very expensive. I believe I marked more coal somewhere, though. Up we go to the top. Railway finish. Looking good, looking good. We can build our plantations? Absolutely, absolutely. But sugar's very cheap in our location, I believe. Like, if we want to export things, yeah, sugar's still super cheap. Nobody wants it. Dye. Hey, the Russians want dye. That'll be useful until we get more clothes making. Who wants coffee? Nobody. People want engines. I only have a few, though. So nothing is super cheap here other than the coffee, which is just not desired. The power of the purse is done. We can actually get a navy, possibly. The Navy is just not the top of mind priority. I realize we might get invaded at some point and then be very cranky we have no Navy, but the industry matters most right now. Like Colorado wants a railroad. Very expensive there. Not gonna move to the top though. We're on page 5 of construction. I'm gonna move the sulfur mines down. That's up. Move it down, because I think sulfur's at a reasonable price now. It is. So you move down also. Furniture would be very, very cool. Gold mines, also cool, we'll see. Hey, Hip People Guy! Thank you for the resubscription. 17 months! It's a lot of months. Thank you very much, my friend. The playthrough's going well. The war was won. We drove out the Americans, keeping the line for now. They've yet to fight the Civil War. They are currently led by a Serbian man. Very strange, but the legacy of slavery doth continue for the time being. As I said, one of the goals of the playthrough is to make America get rid of slavery if they themselves can't fix it. Unfortunately, branching out is closed, so we did not finish the railroad in time. Philosophy department's up pretty soon. Also get additional fancy filing systems in the various Mexican buildings. Maybe so, maybe so. We can lower religious education, try for freedom of conscience to attract more people. We have plenty of people right now. I mean, I know we will need more people, but I think we have plenty of peasants still everywhere. Yeah, 142,000 peasants in my capital still. One of these days, we'll need some people. Today is not that day. And if we get more poor people here, the price of grain will still be high. Jeez Louise. Gotta wait for those maize farms. Alright, going speed 5. Just gotta grind through the tough time, my friends. Just let her rip for a while longer. It could be time for an Ask Me Anything while we watch the numbers go up. Cuba wants to be my friends. Hey, Cuba. Hey, Cuba. Friends, it is time for another ad break. Another 57 minutes of gameplay done. Let's get back to the crossword. The ads will run presently, and after that we'll have a little bit more game time. Gotta leave probably about half an hour or so. I have not yet read for today's class, unfortunately. Didn't see you there. I didn't get an EY. No idea. A surveillance system on a warship. Okay. Naval something. Naval radar. I dislike so much. But, banker's offer. Banker's offer. Something sale, possibly? What's the OD here? A major figure in the prose Ada. I'm not sure, unfortunately. I can ask, what's my favorite book to teach? That's a good question. It depends on the school at which I'm teaching, honestly, and the degree to which the students want to be students as opposed to want to live in Tokyo. So, I mean, I love teaching the Republic. I've mentioned before that Plato's Republic is probably my favorite book, not because of the answers, but because of its questions. But there's a certain kind of student who really enjoys it, and a certain kind of student who's not into it at all, and that's a struggle for me. But I like teaching basically any book if the students are willing to think about it seriously with me. Yeah, that's probably the answer there. But I mean, this semester the students responded well to Confucius' Analects, because a lot of the students are East Asian, and so they can see Confucius in their own lives, their parents, their grandparents, the society structure, and so on. Not sure on the banker's office offer. That said, banking can be things other than just money, like riverbanks or like there's a banker monopoly, of course. I think banking might be a kind of shot in basketball. I'm not sure. How was the bank trip last week? Speaking of the bank, it went for I think like 40 minutes for a fairly simple transaction. That's fine though. A nice lunch afterwards. Prudence. Horse sense? Are we really doing horse sense here? I don't know about that. The Pioneer Woman hosts Drummond. Ray Drummond? Not sure. Horse sense, I don't like at all. A sickly breathing sound. Now, rasp has got to be right. It's got to be right. What is here then? Robert, is it Robert Cato? Kalo? Camo? I don't think horse is right. We'll see though. Okay. So. It's okay. Okay. Cause for alarm with a B now. We just added bread a moment ago, or an hour ago, of course. Cause for alarm. A break-in. Cause for alarm. Crash. Cause for alarm. I want to be mourning so badly, but not quite working. It's interesting they celebrate Christmas in Japan. I mean, it's a super materialistic culture, so they'll celebrate anything. That said, Christmas here is primarily like Valentine's Day. Posh. Ritzy, possibly. That Z I do not like at all. We'll see. A submission to a studio exec. A demo tape. There we go. Can we finish this then? Key lime. It's a kind of pie. Underwent a split in the 30s. Oh, that's funny. The atomic bomb did. That's funny. Cause for alarm is a blaze, possibly. ZZ Top. ZZ Top is the band that has the album Trace Hombres. I love that. Center of a sort is eye. Like, keep the eye on the ball? Oh, I have a hurricane. Now I have the hurricane, there is silence. Very good. Exercise wheel, habitu. Habitu. Like I said, I think it's going to be some kind of small animal with a P. No idea. Okay. Progress. I mean, that said, as you can see right away, the corners are so cut off here. So to get out of the corners takes some work, potentially. Madagascar is the country that leads the world in vanilla production. I had no idea. Absolutely no idea. Madagascar. Cool. I'm going to do the downs off of Madagascar, and then I'll be... then I'll go ahead and get back to the game. Hey, Nalfine, you bought Victoria 3 during summer sale. Is the tutorial enough where I recommend watching tutorial videos? I don't remember the tutorial in Victoria 3. I think it's not as good as CK3's, but it's certainly better than the old Paradox games. You might go ahead and just play the game, play the tutorial, see how it goes. If you can't figure it out, then maybe play the a video. Also, my glasses are dirty, and I can't stop them from being dirty. I can go get the microfiber cloth, possibly. Federal judges, for example, they're assigned to a limited district. They have life terms. No idea. Faded out, dimmed. Baby acne? Is there baby acne? A condition for roughly 20% of newborns. Did I have baby acne? I don't know. Not so gregarious. Like I said, I'm pretty sure that means like not super talkative. Huh? Billy's partner in crime and scream. I don't know, Sam, Sale, etc. A certain lifted gym is the curl. And last for now, part of a pump organ. Oh, they have reeds. This is like an organ, not a machine organ, but instead a musical instrument. They played the reeds. Very good. Acne is a thing for all ages. Yeah, for some reason I believe that acne started in one's oily teen years and then persisted on throughout life. I didn't realize babies could have it, but that's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Alright, we return to the game once more. Coal is coming in. The prices are lowering on everything gradually. I want these vineyards in California. Most importantly, I just want the US to leave me alone. How's Russia doing anyway? When I think about US, I think about Russia immediately. The Tsar still runs the show. I think there's some bug in the game now that when you pull up certain characters, they have smoke behind them, even if they're not smoking. It's very strange. Defeat the Comanche? We defeated basically everyone in this territory so far. I feel pretty bad about it, but the US did the worst things. The US fought more wars across the plains than we did, so surely we're the good people here. I just want to be the good guys, don't you understand? So Police to Law Enforcement 5 requires to change our law. People would take local police force. That does not help. So I think we need militarized and maybe some technology. I can't remember how you get to level 5 on police force. Oh, is it maybe internal security? That's Home Affairs. Never mind. Who knows, whatever. Not important to have the police. Our people are loyal and good and do not believe in breaking the law. I'll write 9.9. Almost 10 on standard of living. Uh-oh. The US wants New Mexico back. New Mexico has gold. New Mexico is just getting... New Mexico does not have gold. New Mexico is nothing. But it's a central piece of the quote-unquote empire. So I'm refusing this, just so you know. Like, I refuse to give them what they want. I right-clicked on it. Hopefully that means refuse. If they auto-accept, it'd be pretty cranky. Alright. So, time to think military thoughts again. We got some barracks at the bottom here. Let's push more of those to the top. I'm at 140 authority. Ah, here we go. Here we go. What do you say in USA? Alright, so our good friends from Russia will join us immediately. Our friends from Guatemala could possibly do so. That is fine. It is once again time to throw absolutely all of the Russians into this thing. Once again, I will ask for something here. We didn't finish General Staff, so we've not upgraded our troops to better training yet. Okay. I will take American Mexico and some reparations, please. What is it again? Return state. New Mexico. That's enough for now. Can I bring the British in? I mean, I think the British are protective of me, but I don't think they wanted defensive pact or whatever. Yeah, they're so protective. They're thinking about it. They're on the border, but I cannot sway them, unfortunately. Seems unlikely. Forcing to ban slavery? Not yet. Not yet. That's the grand goal of this thing. I need to march on DC. The actual goal of this war is just white peace again. But no, I don't intend to get rid of slavery quite yet. Infamous. Britain's been causing problems. Imposing ruler. Okay. Investment rights, no. Defensive pact. If we give them an obligation, we could. I never quite know what to do with obligations. Never quite sure. So I need to get to about 400, I think. 300. Okay. So we can stop guaranteeing independence of Honduras. We can stop trade agreement with France. That'll get us to 200 in a little bit. The defensive pact with Russia is taking all the points. We could stop defensive pacting with Guatemala and instead offer to them to guarantee independence, possibly. Hello, Guatemala. Terribly sorry. Terribly sorry. They don't like that. It's fine. Hello, France. How y'all doing? You like me okay? Hey, they're protective also. Man, everybody likes Resorty. This is great. They would also give me a defensive pact. They're actually cheaper. They're the strongest power block and the second strongest military. So I want the French or the British really is the question here. So if I drop off the trade agreement here, we're over 200 then. Other possibility was stop guaranteeing independence from Honduras. Hello, Honduras. Very sorry. Please don't get eaten by anybody. I wish the best of luck. So now we can ask France for defensive pact if I give them an obligation. Britain is still a bit away. All right, France, you're coming to help me out. We have Great Britain a trade agreement. They don't want it. They definitely don't want it. Oh my goodness, they don't want it. Their GDP is very strong. Also, they have no active trade routes. So, all right, France. They're only at -5 on the obligation. Oh, that's unfortunate. So if our army were stronger, or the pro-French lobby were stronger, if they had fewer defensive pacts. All right, there's your obligation. France is coming to save us now. There they go. Oh, good lord. Do they only have defensive pact when, like, before the play begins? No, that's not true. That's not true. That's true. Well, they'll help me one of these days. All right, team, it's time to mobilize once more. Everybody to the front. Hello, generals. I'll give you one more of y'all. The last stand defender. Absolutely, man. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Bring me the conscript. Only 41 conscripts. Need more than that. So, to the capital. We're going to send out people to demand y'all enlist. And then we can get more conscript raised, I believe. We're going to add them to the pile. Everybody wants to be a conscript. Probably get more artillery also. We've not made any arms factories since the last war. And I expect that the Americans are attack us every single time. Like, guarantee every single time that the truce is up. I suspect. Alright. We may need to start importing weapons from Russia again. Okay. Where else am I using edicts right now? I think previously we stopped the edict in California in order to get more troops in the south. California, do you need this? They need the infrastructure, unfortunately. Got to keep it that way. We're going to stop resources for the moment and then get more troops in Jalisco, I believe. Good. Then more troops again. Whoops. Plus you. To 25 on that. A few more cannon. A few more horses. Gotta raise the price on the military. By price, I mean how much we're paying them, of course. To the budget. Money for everyone! Just don't die, thank you. Or possibly do die. Your call. Victor Hugo is in exile! Oh, they don't like Les Mis. Not enjoying Les Mis. Hello, Victor Hugo. I'm sorry, I can't use you here. No republicanism allowed. Have fun wandering here and there. Russia will be here soon. It's just a matter of not losing the front before Russia's here, of course. Alright, to the front, folks. And then, for the moment, everybody goes on defense. Till Russia arrives. What nice glasses do you have? Love your glasses. The last stand. More casualties taken, but more defend also. Now we're okay for right now. Oh, who's that? This time they begin with 100 troops coming. So previously they brought only, yeah, they brought like 12 the first time through. We got general staff. All right, is it sensible to increase the level of training during the war? The big question is... What was everybody? Thank you. The big question is... something. One moment. The big question is... Where is it? Right here. How much does it cost? We're good. I remember the big question. So in the military page, the change in price is 58,000 more money. Wait, I'm confused. If we go general training, it claims we'll be pulling in 58,000 more money. Oh, there are bonuses also, aren't there? Where is that? I don't think this is true. The economy might fall apart very quickly. We'll see, though. Okay, we need conscription buildings upgraded also. We'll see what happens with that one. Many things that weren't being bought are not being bought. Okay, also, there was something I want to do. Right. If you go to the army, you can give them chocolate. Whereas the modifiers. Hello, troops. Mobilization. They already have their chocolate. We give them tobacco also. There's tobacco for everyone. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. We give them even more food. I don't have the groceries, unfortunately. I think that's all we got for right now. We can put on the railroad. I think we're fine. On the railroad y'all go. It would reduce organization when turned on or off. Nope. The railroad happens in peace times only, it seems. The 2nd Mexican Army. Hello, friends. You have a troop commander? You do! There's only 3 all, but you 3 will come help at the front. It's time for war once more! 2 arms, everyone. Alright, they have the boats. No great surprise there. We're currently not importing, or not making enough ammunition. That's fine. The French ammunition, the Brits do too. Gotta make weapons in the future. Alright, so that line is almost finished. No, it's not. Sorry, they're grayed out. Baking powder. We use sugar and grain for better food. Unfortunately, for that, we need to have more farms. More fertilizer. More everything. To the highest standards, General Lucas Alemán expects the same level of competence and meticulousness from his ministers as he applies to his own work. Now the general turns attention to overseeing a particular cog in the machine of government. Good job, General. Decrees are cheaper. Wow, for 5 years. Or make the economy more better, faster construction. Oh, I like both of these very much. I'll do faster construction, though. We really need that. Buy or else. Landowners want the dye trade to engage in positive relationship with the United States. So, other direction, sorry. The landowners with an interest in the dye trade have begun lobbying the government for action against the U.S., citing its hostile trade practices. It's understandable, more anti-Americanism. Didn't mean to click that yet, but okay, sounds good. And also, we started a famous cafe where Ignacio Robles has recommended that William Smith O'Brien, who wants universal suffrage, allowed to take over. Nope, we're good, thank you. Nope, we don't need agitators for universal suffrage currently. Okay, I think the better organization of the troops was not a good call. We have no weapons. Okay, are we currently exporting weapons? Indeed we are. Please stop that. That might help a little bit. Yeah. Higher level training, not so good. Need more steel. Okay, show me the steel mills, please. We have one of those. Okay, so are there peasants in Mexico? There are. More steel mills, please. They probably have no ammunition factories. True? None at all. Not a one. Alright, where's Mexico? Build there. How's the infrastructure in Mexico, incidentally? I haven't checked that in a while. It's getting kind of bad. It's alright. Alright, we're at the front. We have some numbers. Look at that. Mexico is advancing. I can't add more war goals during the war, I believe. Where are you going? Oh, we're attacking this direction, apparently. Wait, where are you going? The New York-Nevada front. Going to this side instead. Changing directions. That's fine, team. So confused why they moved. So we lost control of the front while moving. It's back up again. Show me the battles. Russian blunders against Northern Ravenel. It's fine. Over here we have American Alfred Dargon's winning. This one. Vladimir Kornilov's beating Palmeiras Donna. And there's my Mexican general Lucas Samaka. Victory for us. We are currently winning the war. Fantastic. What did I ask for a return of? I know I asked for reparations and New Mexico. So New Mexico, right here. Is that true? Arizona. We already hold New Mexico. Fantastic. We need more weapons. Need more weapons. Need more ammo. Just more building needed. Don't you worry, team. They don't have guns, but they're trying their best anyway. Holy cow, 246 missing weapons. I don't know how to multiply that out, but I feel like it's a lot. We also have no artillery foundries. More to add. The Japanese shogunate has joined Russia in fighting France. Hello? Hello? That's ridiculous. Okay, I don't want to put everything in the capital. And yet, I want to put everything in the capital. So, Russia and France are going to war over something. Arabia. So France wants Nijid, and Russia wants South Australia. Now, unfortunately, Russia might pull out of our front. We're knocking them out very, very quickly. But if Russia leaves, we got some problems. I kind of have my main army launch defense also. France and Australia. Yeah. Don't know how that happened. But yeah. Yeah. Hey, we're making vineries, wineries. I'm gonna move some of the weapon stuff to the top also. One of each of you. Gonna need more iron, gonna need more steel. Fractional distillation is done. Hooray, we can get food industry working more better. If only we have more grain. Oh, 9.9. Again, I just want to get 10 today. If we get to 10, I'll be so happy. Alright, big problems everywhere. Baja California, Veracruz, and Texas. All the standard places. Y'all have peasants. Y'all have peasants are not working. You don't have peasants. That said, more wheat farms always good. Get that arable land going. I'm losing a lot of money. Hey, good call. Losing $100,000. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Oh boy. So if I change our production method in the barracks back, I don't know what these numbers mean. It says if I go to no organized training, we'll be making plus 204,000 from the current amount. I don't think that's true. And the conscription centers, it said we're getting over $500,000 money. I think it's also false. I'm gonna leave it as it is. We are gonna win this thing, but the economy is briefly falling apart. Don't you worry, team, we're gonna be fine. Everything's fine here. Hey, the rural folk got over their complaints, got technology going again. The Catholic Church says I'm in charge, so I can push for additional authority, but we're okay. +3, it's at 0 now. Okay, I believe it will drop below 0. So American war operations are not occupied. I wonder if it requires us to have the capital held. If I drop that, putting war operations is an issue. Unfortunate. They definitely don't want white peace quite yet, but it's going. We're still positive. Everything's fine. Farms to factories complete. My friends, the peasants have put to work. The industrialists have expressed satisfaction with the direction being taken by the country and its newly built factories. Only one direction, and gosh, it's forward. Progress like a train doesn't stop. Doesn't wait for anyone. You're either in or out. Good job for the people, or more industrialist happiness. Good job for the people. More loyalism. Okay. So. Last time we were playing this war, the Americans eventually offered us white peace. We still have the front being won. I just closed something, I have no idea what it was. Oh god, the economy. We have 14 convoys. What would be helpful right now? A lot of desire for guns. Everybody got some guns. The British and the Guatemalans will give me a whole bunch of guns very quickly. Hooray, guns! I need to leave to teach fairly soon. Oh god, the Russians are leaving. Oh no. Oh, raise taxes, good call. Taxes not yet raised. That'd be good. That'd be good. What have I done, sweet Jesus? What have I done? Up go the taxes. Make 12,000 more. Hooray! Oh, we can't bankruptcy. Oh no. I just expanded my military too fast. Had I not increased the level of my military, it would have been just fine. But somebody got cute. So previously I was asking for absolutely all of my land back and reparations, and they accepted white peace. I'm not sure why they're not this time. Come on. We beat the Russians are leaving. Oh no. Is it time for an old-fashioned peace out thing? And again, France is supposed to be defending me, but they can't join out of the war. Why not reduce the level of military? I believe it gives major combat penalties. Unfortunately. See if we can convince the Russians to stay. They're actually not dropping out. They're just, oh god. They're just going to fight their own war, right? They're stuck in a war in, I don't recall what it was, but against France, I believe. Oh god. Yeah, they're fighting against France and also against Kabul. Well. Hello, Russia. Will you take my debt, please? Will anyone take my debts? This is fine. Messages from home! The Nahua people are becoming fancier. We allow them to stay that way. Also, the Mexican immigration system has brought William Smith O'Brien in. We already said no to you, my friend. We're good. Lastly, accidental good press for the US of A. Members of the Anti-American League have been praising the US of A. Absolutely not. You stop that. Hey, I am Dar. Thank you for the raid. How's it going, my friend? Hello, Tankadelphia. Hello, Fall. Hello, I am Dar. What are y'all playing today? Tell me some stories. Victoria 3, haven't seen this game in action? I mean, we're currently having slight problems. We may have made a very slight problem somewhere. Or made a slight mistake somewhere. Playing tanks, very cool, very cool. Yeah, I've got to leave in just a moment to go teach. So we were winning a war along the frontier. It was going very, very well. But then the Russians pulled out. And ever since then, we are losing the front now. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to do other than curse the Russians for leaving us. So at negative 18 peace acceptance on white peace, they are getting closer and closer to accepting. But as they win battles, I'm not quite sure what's going to happen. It's not looking too good. Not too good. Will Great Britain help me? The problem is once a war is started, you can't bring more people in. Like this is one of the ahistorical things with the war system here, is you have to declare your goals for the war and who will be involved in the war before the war begins. If instead, your beloved Russians leave you, you can't bring anybody else in. So, a message from Spango. Spain, the great power, is interested in a trade agreement. Sure. Spain's flag is different. What's going on, Spain? Spain's an absolute monarchy with a fancy red cross on a white background. Anybody know what change causes this? That is the question I have, but for whatever reason, Spain is a new flag. Fun, fun, fun. I can't believe I believed the Russians. Okay, so when Chiapas is ready for war, the Subcomandante is ready, I can spend my current authority points to increase enlistment in Texas. We can then add to the army more conscripts. And we know they're all going to die immediately, but that's fine. I just need the war to hold out a tiny bit more. Negative 16. A message from Austria-Hungary will take on our debt. We'll owe them an obligation. But we'll be back to zero again. I mean, what could Austria-Hungary possibly use me for? I believe in you, Hungary! You wouldn't harm us at all. So no more interest payments, thank God. We're gonna survive. We're gonna survive. Because now with no debts, we have more war support. Possibly. So Russia has left 65 troops here for us. Led by whom? There he is. Led by Alexander Chernyshyov, a Luddite who's convinced that American industry will destroy the world. Also, the Lower Canadian Proletarian Revolt's gone. The second trade unionist break-off in Canadian history. I mean, not Canadian yet, but close enough. Alright, we close? Negative 15! I'm gonna go top speak. I do need to go, and I want to resolve this war before I do. If I ask for New Mexico, they're negative 132. And white peace is our only possible goal. 14. We're still positive 22. So they will hit negative 100 before we do. Or sorry, they'll hit 0 before we hit negative 100. So even though we are now losing territory we took previously, it does not matter. We're dug in. We hold our position forever. Our conflicts are being sunk, so we are losing some ships that are engaged in merchant behavior. But all that matters is this line right here. Hey, the Russians are winning! Vladimir Kornilov He's had a fine defensive war. So I think Russia's moved entirely defensive as well. We're just trying to hold the line long enough. We have no explosives. Oh, we're both at 0. Oh gosh, we're at 0 also. And we can't drop below 0 because nothing is occupied. So now it's simply a matter of who gets to 0 on the American side in time. The time of Lucas Alaman has ended. Emilio Jorante, a general of the Catholic Church, is now our ruler. Well, that's no good. He's also fighting on the front. So from Utah, he rules the roost. -9. Just watch that number counting. Oh, City of Plenty. The rich people in Veracruz are having an an amazing life. It's probably similar to the Life of the Americans, but you all have a good time. Loyalists in Veracruz. You will recall that earlier, Veracruz was in absolute turmoil and had the worst standard of living of anyone. So the poor folks are still struggling, but the rich are having a great time. There's so many farms there right now. Still -9. So we see that there have been 217 killed on the American side, only 118 on our side. We're dying to attrition more than battle. They're about the same on both. So we need more supplies to the front line in the future. But -7. If we wait long enough, the Russians might come back again. So that is not the flag of Russia. But I think that... whose flag is that? Okay, so Russia just capitulated. And so Russia pieced out. Russia pieced out of our war. They pieced out of something I knew. It's our war. So they're now involved just fighting against France there to hold their territory. Pay no attention to the disappearing Russians. Oh god, -29. Oh no. I need peace in our time. They're gonna take California. If they take California, we have major problems. Are there any more conscripts? I can get more conscripts. Conscript from California is coming. And then enlistment efforts there also. Bring me more soldiers to the death machine. Infants getting crushed constantly. Give them New Mexico? I don't want to give them anything. I don't want to give them a thing. It's all mine. I mean, New Mexico's not very good, but... 214 of our convoys just sunk. Ooh-wee! So, the Americans did a good job at land and at sea. Alright, if I give you New Mexico, it's still not over. Okay, I can't give you Texas. I can't give you California. You want Utah? They'll take Utah. Is this the story of the playthrough? We get beaten up over and over and over again, ceding more and more territory. Give them just Utah? Nope, they want 2, unfortunately. Can I have war reps? Absolutely not. I mean, I can give them things for war reps possibly, but no, that doesn't make sense. Give them all claims? Wait, why? They can be friendly with them? We don't want to be friendly. We want to destroy the US of A. I refuse to give them California. No manifest destiny allowed. You can have New Mexico, you can have Utah. That's the end of this thing. Alright, they accepted. We got a mess going on. Alright. Don't you worry, team. France is defensive pact now. Russia is also. So next time they attack, we have France and Russia to help us. Now, France and Russia hate each other, but they both love me. and that is just fine. My friends, I must go away. It's time for me to go teach. Don't you worry. Tomorrow, more of this game. Tomorrow, we will rise in the south and hopefully fix our economy some more. We'll see what happens. I appreciate a whole bunch. Hope you had a good time. It was lovely for me. Appreciate you a ton. I'm gonna go ahead and run one last ad break. I'll go ahead and do some crossword while it's running, and we'll see you again tomorrow for more of a little game called, what's this game called? Victoria 3. There you go. Thanks for being here sincerely. You didn't see the GDP chart? GDP goes sideways. I think we're close to 10 million. Tomorrow it goes higher. We run that ad now, and you'll see tomorrow for sure. All right. I think risers for bleachers may be wrong. I think it's probably bleacher, like something that bleaches clothing, etc. Not sure. Exercise wheel habitat. Habitu. Does it mean habitat or thing that inhabits? Is it like pet cage? No sure. Posts. Yeah. Novel developments. So it could be something like inside of a book instead of inside of a... Wait, why is the D here? Well, I'm sure that odd is correct. So, because we have the O for gusto, which I love. Not sure. Fort Blank, New Mexico town with Billy the Kid Museum. I gave away New Mexico. It's nothing to me. Blue Singer, Washington, no clue. They're not very Catholic. Not very Catholic with lowercase c. So something that is not universal. YA ending. So there's probably a word break between the Y and the A. I expect. So area. Rough up. I thought I should get this one so easily. Now, brat for imp could be wrong. It could be brat, also like a hot dog, but that feels incorrect. Okay, 100%. 100%. This could be truth. This could be all you got, your maximum effort. Blatant of children's literature, not sure at all. Hey, Rob, thanks for the Prime sub, Rob. Very kind of you, my friend. I appreciate the generosity quite a bit. Quite a bit. Thank you for hanging out with us for more than 10 months, I'm sure. Proceed. Something go, possibly? Unsure. Comma blank garçons. It's probably an article. Could be le, possibly. Sure, that's the French for today. Nickname, it's an alternative lex. Alley. Alley is short for Alexandria. Dang it, nerds. Oh my goodness. Nerds is a word I would never use. That's how it goes. A plumed military hat. Praco? Placo? Pico? I have no idea. Robert who chronicled Robert Moses. I'm not sure. What's the cross, though? Is Robert Caro? Because banker's office is credit something. Credits. Could be a credit card. So I think horse sense or prudence is correct. But sickly breathing sound. One's breathing could be racked, I know. Like racked breathing. But I think it's sort of a W, maybe. Maybe Odin is in the Edda. Seems very likely. Credit line. Railing is sickly breathing sound. I don't know that word. Okay, the E here is Drummondry. Sure, sounds plausible at least. All right, friends. Progress made. Very good. The ad break's over, so now I say, if you're still here, I really appreciate it. If you're not here, I appreciate it too. No worries. Time to go teach about work and the ways in which work is divided by classes in our society and what we think about that, etc. Should be a good time. Tomorrow. More stream tomorrow. It's only a day away. Appreciate you. Thank you. Goodbye.